Alright, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Blank. Hello, Endido. Hello, CEO. Hello, NZ. Hello, Happy Jappy. Hello, White Sengetsu. Hello, World Class Diggy. Thank you again. Hello, PM Intertech. Hello, Yowotus. Hello, MG. How are you guys doing today? I hope everybody's having a good day so far. I had to do a double take when I saw the notification. I'm trying to get better at, I wanna thank people when we have a piece that we end up working with, and I was intrigued by this one. I'm like, you know what? From what I can tell, it's from the last event that just happened. It's 3D, so it's different than studying the CG piece it's different than studying the painted CGs 1-to-1. And I figured, what would happen if I tried to do a master study of something that's in 3D and, like, doing it in 2D? I thought it would be interesting. Watching your stream, playing Arknights, playing GFL2 at the same time, I cooked. Goodness, I don't know how you do that. Like, I genuinely don't know how that works. Never would I have guessed Starlight would draw the 2 towers? It's not even on him yet? Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Blank, what do you mean by that? In the trailer, she stares at the camera as it moves around her. I did see the teaser. I don't know who these characters are. It's very typical of me to say. But I did think that the teaser was extremely well done. I tried to do a reaction to it, but I'm not good with reaction because I get too absorbed into what I'm watching. I'm here, I just don't feel well, not enough sleep, nap did not make you feel better, did not eat lunch, working from home, have to help my mom get blah 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 funds, what a drag. I'm sorry to hear that, Sea Hero. I hope that you can at least step in here and chill for a bit, have it more like a relaxing time, right? Well, welcome in, welcome in. Zwillingstürme means Twin Tower? Oh, I didn't know that. There's probably some story element to that where it makes sense, but I don't know. It's kind of funny. It reminds me of that scene in, nobody here has probably watched it, but there's a scene in, what is it? Pitch Perfect. And there's one character who doesn't like watching movies, and there's another character talking about Star Wars. And, they were saying, like, I don't like the ending of movies, they bore me. And they're like, oh, come on, you couldn't have picked, you know, you couldn't have understood, like, the ending of all movies. Like, what about the ending of Star Wars, this, you know, greatest plot twist in the history of cinema, right? And she's like, it wasn't a surprise to me at all. Vader means father. And I thought that was funny. So it's like, yeah, I don't speak German, so I don't know. How do you draw while reading chat? It's tricky. It's tricky. I have some experience, but it's definitely trickier nowadays. It's all good though, it's all good. The hive mind eats up any React content. You guys have been talking a lot about wanting to see me do some sort of React content. I can't do React content. I'd like to try to at least do, like, after the fact stuff. Someone said that it might be interesting to see, review type of things, so I might try review, but I can't do, like, react in the moment. I could do it with clothing. I could do it with clothing in the future, but I can't do it with I can't do it with, like, movies or anime, right? Because it's just, it's like I get too absorbed into what I'm seeing. Hello, Yotus. Hello, Doric. Hello, Wopie. I hope you guys are doing well. And hello, hello, Artemis. I'm trying to remember. Metagaming with movies, oh my gosh. Blank says doing analysis of animation and filmmaking might be cool, a la TB Skyen. I should check out how TB Skyen works. I've only seen his shorts. Bewa, hello, and Divine Fox, hello. Review after watching is nice too, either from art perspective or what you liked, etc. Yeah, I might consider that. Alright, let's just jump in here right now. Whoop. There we go. How are you doing, Vine Fox? I hope you are doing well. Hope everything is going well. Alright, let's do our base, words. Let's do our base construction here, right? We're trying to get the, how far apart everything is. I think what I might try to do, because this is 3D, I'm going to see if I can get myself to do, more with the selection tool, more with sharpness. Because we've talked before, right? Like, my work just isn't as sharp as it could be. So I feel like this would be a really great way to practice trying to increase a sharper effect, more or less, right? So we're just blocking out the shapes. We're trying to figure out everything here. Alright, hang on. Here we go. I think it's kind of funny because, like, I don't know these characters at all, but from the past 2 events that I participated in, it seems that people lean towards maybe not... Okay, I don't know the characters, so I don't know if they're villains necessarily, but past 2 events, everyone seems to lean towards the what do you call it? Sneaky or, like, teasing type of character. Is that just me? Maybe that's just me. It just seems like that's what everyone's gravitating towards. Trying to do Masterstudy on 3D character. Yeah, exactly. Also, hello, Purple Onyx. Yeah, more mysterious for sure. More mysterious and, like, kind of teasing what the other characters. Or just making their life harder. Scoundrel's my favorite. Because, like, the past 2 events, like, as someone who knows nothing about the story, the past 2 events have been, like, both characters are teasing or scaring or spooking the other one. Oh, I want to make sure that I have room for this. I might have made this a little too far. Let me move that over a little bit, just so that we have enough room here for the... I don't know what this instrument is. I assume it's like a... I don't know what you call a large violin. People gravitate towards those characters in pretty much every game. Very true. I want to see when Star gets gravel for the first time? I don't think I've heard that name. No, I have heard the name, but I haven't seen. I don't know what they look like. Let's see here. A cello? Okay. Yeah, I was like... It's like, wait... I was thinking of, like, what it looked like, and I couldn't remember the name. Viola small, cello big. There you go. You gotta make a cameo in Plus's new video? Wait, what do you mean? Huh? Wait, I'm not sure what you're saying. What are you talking about? Now I understand why people can play multiple gacha games at the same time. It's kind of peak. I don't know how you do that, frankly. You saw the cameo? What? Used a bit of your footage in a video, credited to you, we put a small clip of you? What? Wait, what? I was not aware of this. This is the first time I'm hearing this. What? That's, I've been avoiding looking at other, AK content because I'm trying to avoid spoilers as best I can, so I haven't seen, like, any work from other creators. He teases the player by calling them the hero or the chosen one? Wait, Blank, how do you know this? I'm guessing if we didn't have enough AK players, we will now. I'm so confused right now. The topic doesn't quite go in your usual ballpark. It's not quite safe for work, despite being an Arknights video. I'm not overly surprised you might have missed it. I mean, I've genuinely been avoiding, like, all AK content. Like, for the moment, when YouTube is suggesting me random videos, I have to say that I'm not interested. Even though I am interested, I just intentionally say that I'm not interested. Because otherwise, I end up getting into spoiler heaven, and I'm trying to avoid spoiler heaven. But I did not know that. There's a new AK event June 5th. I did hear about that. I heard that it shouldn't get in the way of maintenance stuff with streams, but hopefully. Hopefully anyway. Alright. Let's see here. Trying to block this out. I'm going to try to force myself, like, okay, I think this is really all we need in terms of, like, breakdown. This is a fairly, like, in terms of shape, this is on the simpler side compared to, last time when we did the piece with Christian Wright, and I was very much out of my element in terms of how much detail there was, that I didn't think there was that much detail. This is on the slightly simpler side, and what makes it is the lighting. So what I might try to do here is try to do something where I'm playing more with the selection tool, which I've never done, so we're gonna see how that goes. Alright. Just trying to get the general idea here. Okay. Talking about Drifter as per previous message? Wait, I missed something. I still have a deep-seated adoration of Drifter from Destiny 2. Platonic ideal sort of character. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Haven't showed it in the Discord yet. I'm making my first art piece for my Lapland-inspired OC, working on the coloring. Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Favorite character in the game? You're saving 300 pulls for her. That's wild. I'm watching Nikki guides, and I've not been spoiled for the story surprisingly. The big thing I noticed is CN controversy seems to be a hot topic for the game. That makes sense. I think there's a lot of CN controversy with gacha games. You're lucky that you haven't been spoiled with your stories. I can't. I have such a hard time avoiding it. And not everybody, is as gentle about it, shall we say? Some people, are just very, very open about it. And I'm trying my best to avoid. Alright, so that's probably good. So I'll have another layer behind that one. Come on, don't do this to me. There we go. And we'll try just doing brief selections for the moment, and we're just gonna see how it goes, I guess. Is there a way that I can do, like, automatic fill, or no? Maybe not. Clearly, we just need to circulate fake spoilers. I've heard people suggesting that, but the problem with that is it encourages people to post real ones, unfortunately. Because people did suggest that, but it does just encourage actual spoilers, sadly. Is that just the same color? That's not useful. Come on. Alright. Where are we going? We're going with, like, a fairly warm... it's like half warm, half cool. It's like right in the center, I think. And then we'll have this for our base here. Yeah, that pretty much goes over the entire section here. And then this is gonna be more of like a slate, I think. Can't believe Doberman's secretly a cat girl, real not clickbait. I mean, if you guys, like, say stuff like that during a stream just to, like, shove other stuff off the screen, feel free to. That's probably it, on the lighter side anyway. And then, let's see, there's a little bit of the shoulder up here. This is kind of helping to establish the shape early, which is good. So we'll do something like this. Grab the hair here. Oh, shoot. You know what? Hang on one sec. I just realized something. Hang on one sec. Two things, actually. One, it's hard for you guys to see what I'm doing, so 1 second. Alright. That should be easier. That is one thing I need to do, and the other thing is I forgot to start, like, recording the process. Alright. 1 sec here. Just because I always like to have record of things, just because, you know, sometimes you end up having to delete records that you don't want to, so it's always good to have a backup, right? There we go. We'll grab... That should be fine. Don't need this in 4K. Alright. There we go. We should be good now. Best to leave emotional damage just for Star to discover when it's time. Oh, jeez. Any particular reason why you chose the pose or movement of Virtuosa? Yeah. PM Entertech is right. It is suggested by members of our Discord. So if you are in the Discord, we basically have a, there's a channel called Starlight Chat where it's like essentially content ideas, and then there's a thread in that channel and it's called Masterstudy Suggestions. And you guys have been delivering on the Masterstudy Suggestions, my goodness. I'm very, very happy about that. It gives me a lot of room to work with. You guys have been very, very, on top of things in terms of the suggestions. Let's see. We'll just get the general feeling here of the hands, and then... This is still taking up the majority, so that's fine. Oh, don't do that. I need to find a way to eliminate that tool from being on my main menu bar. It's probably just a setting somewhere, because otherwise I end up cropping the whole canvas. I don't want to do that. There we go. Kafer, thank you very much for the coffee shop sale. I don't know what you purchased, but I hope that you have fun. I wish there was a way that I could know what that was. But thank you, Kafer. I hope that you enjoy whichever VTuber asset you happen to pick up. What? Okay, are we around any we're not around any holiday, so I don't know which it is. I always recommend have a fast forward drawing video for their art, just in case they get accused of AI. Yeah, luckily I have like a whole YouTube channel for that, but yeah, I agree that these days we kind of need some sort of proof and way to showcase what ours is. The scary part is that the AI is actually starting to be able to create speed paints, which I don't like. I'm really not a fan of that. I like the pose, but it doesn't show her halo or wings. Yeah, this was a really, really, really cropped out one. There were a little bit of the wings, in the original, but I had to make it into a slightly more square format, just because it was, it would otherwise be too hard for me to draw across. So I do apologize, it's a little too cropped in. But hopefully it can still work. I think in this shot, it's like her halo's like right above there. Why do people need AI to do speed paints? Because they're trying to trick people. They're intentionally trying to pretend that they are a real artist and to hire them. So it's always used for malice. There's no reason that an AI person ever needs a speed paint. It's used for scamming. Unfortunately. As someone that owns a rather active art server, it's a scary thing to be on the lookout for. Yeah, it really is. We've had some people that we've had to ban because they have tried to lie about that kind of thing, unfortunately. I find it funny how AI went from doing abstract caveman paintings for funny memes back in 2019 to being able to fool people in just a few years. It's genuinely terrifying. Yeah. 95% of the time skill issue on the side of the author, 5% D&D and related stuff, yeah. Like, there's been a lot of people saying that they use it for D&D because then they otherwise... Their argument is that it would be too expensive to hire for that much art, and, like, I get it. I get where they're coming from to an extent, but I also feel like, come on. I also feel like, you probably don't need all original art for every part of D&D to the point that you use AI for it. I don't know. I don't do D&D. Did I? Hang on a sec. Please don't tell me I did this on the wrong layer. I totally did this on the wrong layer. I totally did this on the wrong layer. Ah. I hate everything. Dang it. Hang on, I did this on the wrong layer. Hang on a sec. See if I can just quickly get rid of that. And here. Alright. This is going to be a little bit messy looking now. Oh well. How am I gonna do this? Hang on a sec. I made a big mess by messing up the layer order. There we go. Alright. Hello, Exceed. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright. Hang on a sec. I'm messing up a lot right now. Alright. Have this on one layer. There we go. That's better. Have this on another layer. There we go. Trying to get my ducks in a row here. Are you even an artist if you don't draw on the wrong layer? Right? Yeah, AI can't be real art. They never make layer mistakes. They never draw on the wrong layer. There we go. That's better. Let me move this over a little bit so it's not super hidden either. I'm not innocent of that. I've once or twice used AI to try and make some things for D&D. That was a couple years ago. At this point, I'm honestly kind of ashamed I ever did it. I mean, I feel like a couple years ago, the zeitgeist was in a very different place, because, I mean, a few years ago, it was making, like, goofy things that you could kind of use as, like, color palette, you know? Like, nothing was really very visually clear, and now it's just to the point where it's straight up just replacing people. On that note, I do be looking to turn one of my characters into an actual art piece, because I got attached to that finally. AI back in the day, draw me a Discord mod in the woods. My stance nowadays for D&D art things is I won't generate anything, but if something looks like what I need, but it's AI generated, I can't, like, ungenerate it, but I'd never pay. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at, too. Like, I personally will never generate anything of my own, but if I see something on Pinterest and it has, like, an admittedly good color scheme, then I might, like, take color or rendering notes from it. But it would never be in my actual work. It would just be like, okay, I'm not going to, like, 100% reject this from someone's mood board, if that makes sense. There are artists who will do that. There are artists who are like, if you have this in your mood board, I will not work with you as a client. And I'm like, that's going a little far. Like, I understand. But it's like, if the damage has already been done and the environment has already been, like, pushed, I don't know. It's tricky. We were lucky AR wasn't a big thing during the NFT craze. Oh geez, can you imagine? The AI discussion found a way to mess you up. Very much so, yeah, honestly. Yeah, just discussing AI making me mess up the painting. Yeah, I don't like it when people have AI stuff as their reference, but I also won't, like, not work with them, if that makes sense. I had some harsh reality recently. I was doing work for a client, and I first did a consultation with them, right? So I was, like, discussing what is it that you want? What can we do to elevate your content? How can we make you, like, more of a recognizable VTuber, the whole thing? And they really liked my ideas. And then they're like, oh, I'd also like to commission you, at some point later to actually do the design work. And I'm like, yeah, I would love to. I'd be very up for that. The issue is that when they eventually commissioned me, they were like, okay, so I know that we talked and I like all of your ideas, and I quickly generated an AI piece to get a quick visual of what I wanted, and I'm like, but I thought that's why you were hiring me. So the work ended up kind of just being like, refining what the AI did. And it didn't feel good. It really didn't feel good. Because I'm the one who came up with all the concepts, and then they fed the concepts into the AI, and then I ended up doing the, refinement of what the AI had spit out to get the actual details in. And I'm like, I could have just done all of this myself. You didn't need to generate anything, especially not based on my concepts. One of my friends who has been learning art uses AI for pose reference, usually just drawing the sketchy outlines of the pose and then go off from that. I think as a learning tool, AI is at its best. The thing with poses and references, though, is that you can't be sure that the anatomy is correct. Right? It could be really wonky, but you wouldn't know. Alright. This background is so much easier to replicate than the previous one, too. So that's good. In terms of, like, getting somewhat of the right look. You should have called out the commissioner? No. Like, what I said. There's no point in calling somebody out for something like that, right? Like, they don't know. They're just trying to do what they think helps them. There's no point in calling somebody out like that. It's more like, I'm facing the reality of my demons, not like I should tell people not to work with that person. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying earlier, if someone has AI in their mood board, do I like it? No. Am I going to ban and blacklist them and tell people not to work with them? No. It's like, it's just a frustrating reality to deal with, but I also don't believe that vilifying potential clients is the way to go either. You know? It's not like they consulted me and then generated the whole thing with AI themselves, right? Like, they still commissioned me to do the work after. It was just that initial shock of, like, oh, you did not have to generate anything if we were already going to be working together, you know? But no, I don't believe in vilifying, just the average Joe who doesn't know any better. The best you can do is educate. I usually don't like saying stuff like that, but in this case, I think it makes sense. Like, a lot of people just genuinely don't know. A lot of people don't know what the AI is, where it comes from, how it works. So all they know is my idea can be seen visually, and then I make the work easier for the artist. They don't know. Take idea from hired artists, feed to AI, present to hired artists, ask to refine art. This feels a very weird roundabout way to go. Exactly, yeah. It's definitely a weird roundabout way to go. And I don't like it, but I don't believe in callouts for stuff like that. I just, you know, it's just like, you didn't have to do that, and I feel really weird because these are my concepts, and it's kind of weird to me that the AI can do that. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on it, I suppose. How do we even get into this discussion? CEO of chicken tenders, let's not give them any ideas. Reminds me of a tweet from an artist posting art. The first comment was, wow, this is so beautiful. What prompt did you use? I think we're cook chat. No, that's so awful. That's genuinely so awful. Oh my gosh, no. Can we not? Like, that's terrible. Goodness. Hello, hello, Aqua Admin. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Maybe AI generated very close to what they have in mind. Discussing with Star would probably take a long time. I could see the thought process. But also they hired me for an hour-long consultation. So, like, make it make sense. They hired me for a consultation and then hired me to do artwork. So, usually, that covers our basis for needing to do anything further. I think this is a little bit lower. Just so they line up. Doing all right? Got dragged out the house by Mod Dog just as stream started? Oh no. The artist saying, yeah, so I just imagined it in my head, put the imagination to the paper. Ugh. Yeah. Another post was about someone making a Smash Bros background, got accused of AI art, proceeded to make a new shot of Mario giving them the middle finger. Oh dear. Commuting back home at the moment. Sad today was a bit rough. Looking forward to getting home. Raul, I hope that your commute goes well. I know sometimes you've said it's been a little bit tricky, so I hope that the commute goes well. It is good to see you. There was a story where someone copied from an AK artist who drew Scotty. Oh jeez. The scariest AI story I heard is not about art related, but not too long ago, they used AI in likeness of a deceased person to appear in trial against the defendant, who unalived the deceased person. I have heard about AIs being used in trials. There was this one video, maybe it's the same one you're talking about. There's this one video of somebody, using AI in court, and the judge was understandably very upset. And they were basically like, get this out of my face. Don't return. I will not entertain this. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but yeah. Can we not do this? There was one where they had like a video of someone testifying and that was AI. Anugak, hello, thank you very much for following, I appreciate it. You know, it'd be way cooler than AI, the kind of technology that would let you scan the image in your brain and turn it into a real image. Honestly, as somebody who has, like, mild aphantasia, I would really like that, actually. That sounds so useful. Alright, I think we're almost done here with the... Why isn't this... Oh, this is locked off. Let's see if I can add this part here. Probably the same case, the judge hated it. Yeah, okay, it might be the same then. It's just, it's so insane. Alright, this is kind of like a... It's sort of like a warm gray, in a way? What is this? Very much like a warm gray here on the back. Much darker. It's kind of like what do I call that? I'm not sure what color that would be. Huh. Alright, let's see if I can just get something a little bit closer then. Saw a court case where someone was lost in a car crash. The family used AI to make kind of a deep fake of their dad talking directly to the drunk driver. I felt weird about it. Why? That's insane. I don't get that. Like, what is the purpose of doing these weird things? I don't like the direction society is going. It's too weird for me. And I feel like this is off. I think I went too far. I think I need to push this up a little. Oh, not the whole thing though. Did I? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Alright, let's try that again. Because I'm having a problem today with drawing on the wrong layer. I don't know what's going on. I'm having a seriously wrong layer problem today. Alright, let's try that again. Push that up, and now we're gonna have to erase and fix that. Where is this needing to go? It just needs to be a little brighter, that's for sure. Been listening to your AK playthrough during work. This is my first time seeing you live. Really appreciate you narrating the story and your thinking strategy for every stage. Drewski, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the playthrough. I'm sorry if I pause a lot. I'm trying to understand what I'm doing, and I'm always afraid to, like, fail so badly. But thank you, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And I'm glad that you enjoy the story narration. I honestly really enjoyed that part. I'm worried as it goes further, but so far I'm having a good time with it. Alright, let's try to get the right layers here, more or less. Don't apologize, thinking noises are the best. You have to pause a lot and think it out, yeah. No, it's not due to- no, Zero, no, it's not a scuff thing. Have art programs create a repeat last X strokes on different layers. Sounds like a useful function. That would be really nice, actually. Wait, most people don't think about a stage before going into them? Isn't that kind of the whole point? I'm confused what you mean by that. Isn't that sort of the entire point? Alright, these need to be much brighter. And then that still needs to be... Is it like a wrong tone? I think it needs to be more on the... There we go. Something like this, maybe. There's some sort of, like, banister or... Not banister, piping or something over here, I think. Can't remember. A lot of people say, F it, we ball. Really? YOLO? Don't care about strategy? When you realize you picked another monochromatic image to sample. I mean, it's not fully monochromatic. There's some variety here. It's just a lot. It's really subtle, that's all. This is also really blurred as well. So if I think I have to actually blur this more. Not that much. But, like, yeah. About here. It's very blurred in the background. And then this darker part here shows a little bit more intensely. Maybe a little bit. around there. I can worry about that later. Let's get to the main part. People sometimes brute force a stage, and if that fails, then thinking starts. Goodness. Most people like to YOLO it. Most stages aren't that hard. It requires planning ahead. Yeah, I'm very, very beginner that I have to plan things ahead. I also, I don't borrow, and I don't, and I struggle with leveling a bit, so I kind of play things intentionally on a harder way of working, I suppose. I try not to play meta. I think that the more interesting part is trying to understand the puzzle aspect of it. Me personally, I like to make use of the top 10 best character. That's fair. I'm trying to level a little bit more so that I'm in a better place for Thursday, because otherwise I think I'm going to just die way too often, just from the difference in level requirements. I'm trying to get everyone at least to 40 if I can. Chapter 4 is pretty easy. No, you guys said it wasn't. You guys said that that's where the real challenge starts. You guys have to remember, it's probably easy compared to what you're doing now, right? But none of it has been easy for me so far. I mean, I can see where I was really stupid in the beginning. I can see where I just didn't know anything about tower defense at all, and I can see where that looked really dumb. But the stuff where I'm like, I understand the basic mechanic, but I'm still trying to play it through, and it's still difficult for me personally. It's also the more fun aspect of the game for me. It's why all the meta operators in my account are gathering dust. I like puzzle things. I'm going to see what happens if we... You know what? I'm gonna try something. This might end up horrible, but it's worth trying. I'm going to get rid of these lines and see how well we can do just shape carving. The hard thing is probably going to be finding the skin tone first, though. But let's just try this real quick. It's going to have to be really, really reduced. It's going to be pretty cool. Maybe it needs a little bit more tone. It's going to be almost white. What is this color? This is going to be... The trickiest color to find is going to be the skin tone for sure. Getting a little closer. There's a lot of blue in this. I might just need to add like a whole... If I can isolate this. I'm trying to understand what it is without color picking. It's lighter than this, but it's the same saturation level. It's about here? Maybe a little bit cooler. And then if there's light on it, that'll probably be a little bit different. Virtuosa's pretty darn pale. I'm just trying to figure out the basics here. Has anyone tried selling you on the monthly pass? $5 for 10 pulls every month. Solid deal if you play a lot. I've not had anyone try to sell me on the monthly pass. I have had everybody try to sell me on doing gacha. Good balance of operators is important in the beginning. This is where I'm kind of like, I've explained before that I don't know how to invest correctly. Because it feels like, because of all the work that I'm doing for each operator, that it's like after the, like whoever I have now is sort of set in stone. And I know that's like not true, it's just kind of the feeling that it gives off. Alright. a little bit here with the shapes. What inspired you to pick the frame to do the Masterstudy? Somebody in the Discord suggested it, actually. If you join the Discord, we actually have a channel there's a channel called Starlight Chat, and there's a thread, called Masterstudy suggestions, and everybody's been sending, like, various Arknights CGs. My only request is that they are not main story spoiler type of stuff. Which I'm having a hard time with. I know there's some tool that you can do this and it just automatically fills, but I don't have it yet, and that probably would make this go by a lot faster. Yeah, I don't want to know the specifics of different stages, if possible. I'm very much, like, I'm very anti-spoiler in general, to the point that it can be kind of annoying. I apologize if it is annoying. Let's see, be here. I really like trying to experience things for myself whenever possible. Although not the easiest. Alright, this isn't turning out too bad. I kind of wish I had done these on 2 separate layers, but that's okay. Let's see here. It is a bit, purely your stance on spoilers, I think is a bit self-hurting. What do you mean by that? Like, it's too... I'm not really sure what you mean. Like, it's annoying. It's annoying to deal with. As a free-to-play player, I'm saving for apple pie, but currently I only have 60 pulls saved up. Oh, is the banner ticket thing is just for beginner accounts, isn't it? Or unless there's some alter I don't know about that's different. Maybe you're talking about something completely different, don't mind me. Alternative, you could just not talk spoilers around someone who doesn't want to be spoiled. I would appreciate that, yeah. I would appreciate that. They're talking about upcoming operator? Oh, okay. Okay. It's more like it's turning you away from interacting with certain things, like not watching trailers because they might contain some images that appear later in the story. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's annoying to have to avoid a lot of things, but on the other hand, everything is, like, really major. Like, I feel like a lot of it has been, the stuff that has been spoiled to me has been, like, major plotline stuff. And I think I got to the point where it started getting worse and worse to the point that I've now gotten stricter about it. If that makes sense. Also, hello, Kaku. Welcome in. As far as I'm aware, the vast majority of animation PB are safe without being spoiled beyond that characters in this event. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't mind that characters in this event, because, like, what I said here, watching this event, right? Like, I don't know who these characters are, they just have very cool visuals. But when it's something like, you know, this shows what happens in this chapter and blah blah blah, or this thing, or this, I don't know. Hello, Dual Thrones, welcome in, welcome in! If anything, Arknights fandom is too lax about spoilers, even to the point that someone who doesn't care that much, I think it's gone way out of control. I'll admit, it feels more, spoiler-friendly than a lot of other media I've come across. And I know that I'm late. I understand that I'm late to the game. I get that that is partially my fault. But in terms of laxness, I think it's been a little heavy, I won't lie. So it kind of means that I end up trying to avoid most things. Even just trailers, or not trailers, thumbnails. Even thumbnails are just like, oh, alright, this is something that everybody would probably be fine with 6 years later, but just me. Just me not knowing things. Honestly, because the Arknights story doesn't matter to me, spoilers are interesting but not impactful. That's fair. I don't think it matters to a lot of people. I think a lot of people are just playing for the gameplay. I, was specifically, like, when I started doing these master studies, right? People were like, oh, you have to play this for the story. It's an amazing story. It's a great story. You'll love the story. And I'm like, okay, the story is clearly a big focus here that I want to pay attention to and appreciate. Alright. I'm trying to think of what else I can do in terms of color blocking. Because like I said, I haven't done this before. I'm kind of just going off of the seat of my pants here. I'm trying to think of what would be the best way to go about doing this. Because a lot of me just wants to start painting right now, but I'm trying to see if I can learn from this. If I can try to, like... If I can gather where the light and the dark is, maybe. And then this hair has like a... Maybe it is too subtle. Maybe I can't do it this way. See here, I think you're juggling like way too many things right now, honestly. Alright, there's some sort of bracelet here, and then... Love the Hime hair. It is nice, right? Let me just get the highlights here, maybe. Minimalistic version. I don't normally work like this. You guys have seen me do master studies. You know that this isn't normally how I go about doing them. But I'm trying to see if I can stay with things being sharp. Are you trying to faithfully recreate the look of 3D in painting or give it a more painterly look? Honestly, at this point, I'm not really sure. It's kind of rough when there's 5+ years of content ahead of you. Yeah, very much. And yeah, Billy Bob makes a good point. No fixed spoilers because it definitely enables lax spoilers. I've definitely noticed that for sure. That it kind of encourages people to spoil. As funny as the fake ones are, I have noticed that it kind of makes people more open. Alright, and then maybe here? Maybe if I do some shading like this? Something like that. I don't normally work like this, so this is very, very experimental. Wasn't expecting a master study on a 3D character. I'm curious how it would go. Like, this is all very, very... This is all trying different stuff and seeing what happens, you know? At the very least, it kind of helps develop, where you're at in terms of light and shadow and value, right? So if I can add all these here, then it gives me a better... I can always refine it and make it clear as to what it is, but it gives me a better idea of what I'm working with. Values and whatnot. Like this could be a little bit lighter. Trying to get some of that... It kind of helps get some of that, like, nighttime coloring, you know? There will come someone who actually goes, hey, wait, that's not what happens. What actually happens is basically spoils main plot. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good point, honestly. That's a good way of thinking about it. I'd perhaps say spoilers are more common due to Arknights veterans not exactly having tons of pulls lying around. If they want a character, they need to know months in advance to be able to save up and guarantee the character. Oh, so you're saying that, like, because of that kind of thing, it kind of made spoils in general more lax? Like, as a whole? Because of the CN and, global time divide? See, the thing for me is, like, unless the CN spoiler is, again, main story stuff, because I don't really know the different operators, I don't feel like I'm as affected by, like, oh, this person is in this banner. It's more so, like, this character does this and this happens. That's the kind of thing that I'm trying to avoid. But I can get what you're saying if, like, maybe just the fact that there's gaps in general made people more lax to that type of stuff overall. So Gogo, hello, hello. Yeah, it is really pretty, right? I'm right now just trying to get the light and color aspect here. This actually does help kind of force my hand into better, this kind of does help force my hand into better contrast, I feel. Like, forcing myself to work with these basic shapes that you would normally see on, like, CG 3D models. I feel like it's actually doing a lot of good right now. Because it forces you to simplify, and then you can refine it later, you know what I mean? Maybe I'll make that a little darker overall. And actually, this kind of has more of a warmer tone. It really forces you. It really does. Make this a little bit overall darker, but... Come on. This actually isn't brown. This is just really desaturated purple, believe it or not. So it's kind of crazy how these colors interact. Maybe something like that, and then if I add the darker pieces in between. Sort of break it up a little bit. I feel like the 6-month gap means people aren't excited for global events, since whenever something comes out, all people talk about is the new CN limited event. Ah, that makes sense, unfortunately. If you ever start doing the older events, you'll feel like modern events were training weights. Wait, what do you mean by that? Some old events were nightmares? Oh dear. Oh dear, that's scary. I don't know, like, the new event that this is from is a rerun, isn't it? I could only get as far as the 5th stage for this. I genuinely could not get any further. I tried. I forced myself to get as far as I could, but there was no way to get any further. Since you finished chapter 3, you gonna watch anime season 1? I want to. I really want to. I've had people say that I should do, like, review type stuff. So I'm kind of thinking about how that might work if I end up doing that. There we go. That helps soften it. That actually does a good job. Old events were nightmares. First several events were really straightforward? Okay, that's good to know. Most big fans of Arknights spend their entire hype on the new thing before they get to play it themselves. That's wild to me. Honestly, wouldn't you want to, like... Wouldn't you kind of want to save it for when you are able to experience it, or...? It does seem like everybody is focused a lot on what happens on the CN server. Alright, this is not quite the right shape for this, so let's see if we can develop this a little bit more. And this is gonna be way darker too, so I don't know, maybe just something like that for now. I'm trying to figure out where my darkest points are, and then expand on that. It's probably actually a little bit darker than this, but again, I'll refine it. And then this part here. Did I miss? Can't really tell what's going on there with the sleeve, but I'll just approximate it. I think it's probably just a fold. A lot of the really old events are balanced toward people having less complete lineups simply because people had fewer units back then. The game had recently released. Oh, I see, I see. A lot of us over the years have turned to that. A lot of people just focus on CN. I see, okay. Benefit of CN watching is that you know in advance if there's anything you're interested in. Bad news is you're spoiled for said thing. That's fair. To some people, myself included, I say this because it's something about me and others I relate to. I have no reason to wait 6 months for stuff I don't care about. Spoiler myself. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The only thing I care about the CN server is who the new operators are. That influences the roles. Well, that makes sense, right? Because you don't know who to save for otherwise. Oftentimes, CN spoilers are out of context or misrepresented, and when you actually read the story, the impact is different than the one you expect. Interesting. I feel like that's kind of the, I can kind of understand that in a way. I don't know, I just got a flash reminding of, like, the one of the chapters I did had a spoiler that I accidentally found through just trying to find their PNG, and it said that one character was responsible for something, but it ended up being a different character, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I was definitely spoiled, but it also went in a different way than I thought. So I can kind of understand what you're saying in that way. Getting to know which new ops are coming 6 months in advance helped with polls. That makes sense. If you'd like, I can make some kind of chronological event order after you beat Chapter 8 one day. I don't know how early that's gonna be. That's gonna be a while from now, I think. Generally speaking, I somewhat So I managed to stay oblivious to most CN. I'll know about upcoming operators. Only once has the story been such a big deal I couldn't avoid it. Yeah, okay. I think that's understandable. I think people were talking about that part earlier, from what I can tell. It does stink when you think an operator's cool, you want to get them, all people talk about, don't pull for this, they stink. CN operator power creeps them. That is annoying, yeah. Chronological event order? I've seen one and it's terrifyingly complex. I did have one person send me a chart of the chronological event order. I think RQ did. I think RQ sent me, like, where the events fall in the story. I don't know if it's chronological in terms of release, but I think it's, like, where the lore fits each one. Gary, Ballard, and Blank, is everything alright here? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but... AI? Let's move on from the AI subject. That was like at least 10 minutes ago. Probably longer. Let's just move on from the AI stuff, right? I've seen some of the how things connect. It looks like a conspiracy theory board. That's fair. Chapter 15 comes with an in-game timeline of sorts, so if you want to, you can follow things in order. That's good to know. Only bother yourself with the chart when you have 0 sanity. Alright, I feel like this kind of helped. It's a little bit messed up, but I genuinely feel like this helped patch things up in a way where it's kind of clear where things go, where, blah, 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 like, how things fit together. I don't know. I kind of like this for some things. Maybe not for everything, but in this case I think it worked pretty well. Instead of going color by color, just sort of approximating different lighting and shapes, it's an interesting way to work. Like I said, I don't usually do that kind of thing, so... Maybe make it over here. And we'll probably just start refining from these. CBA Taylor, hello, hello. Best girl for the study. Seems to have a lot of favorites from what I can tell. Man, if I had known any better, I probably should have done Lapland for the event last time. Alright, how about... let's make this into one piece here. Make that a little bit lighter. Not that light. It's so hard to... yeah, good enough. Alright. We'll save that. Aldir says that's what's so awesome in Arknights. Every events connect. Characters are not discarded after their part, and are mostly deep and written very well and human-like. I like that. I like that a lot. A lot of people like Virtuosa. I'm used to calling her by the actual name rather than operator name. I feel like that'd be confusing. I just went with what I could see fast without looking at anything else. Did you watch some of Arknights Enfield media? It's gonna be released this year. I have heard about that. I did see a little bit of it. I've heard that it, like, directly connects to a little bit of spoiler stuff in terms of main story, because I know that it takes place in the future. I don't know anything beyond that. But it does seem very interesting. I am curious about it. I'm not sure if I'm much of a, factory management type of person, to be fair. But the actual idea of the 3D open world characters seem pretty good. Blank, don't worry, that's the name of the song playing. You're good. You're good. Yeah. It Blankos by Void in other places, so no, you're good, you're good, you're good. Interesting to see a different process from you on this study. Downright vector graphic-esque. Yeah, it's different, right? I've never done something like this, but I'm like, it just feels like it would work? And so far, it's been an interesting experiment. I feel like I'm establishing things faster. I don't normally do this at all, but I kind of like how it's making me work. In a weird way. Let me just grab this piece here. It's also forcing everything that I'm doing to be sharper, which I like, because I know that my work is not sharp enough normally. Let's get a little bit of a overtone with blue. Maybe I did that a little too rough. No, that's fine. If I grab this. Yeah, my work usually isn't sharp enough, so this is sort of forcing it to be sharper. Ah, come on. There we go. And move this over a little bit. Spoiler stuff is so minimal, it doesn't really matter. Okay. I've spent so many hours playing Factorio. See, I don't know if I would be somebody who's into that kind of, game style. I don't know if I'm much of a factory management type of person. But then again, I've never played a tower defense either, so... Who knows? Make that a little bit more on the saturated blue, I guess. Eh. Yeah, that's better. Okay. We'll just jump here. I know this is gonna be, like, way more specific, so I'm gonna have to just really rough out something just to get it a general idea, even though it's not gonna be great. It's gonna be a little further. And it's gonna be cleaned up way more. And this actually needs to be closer to the vest. I think it needs an overflow of blue. That's better. Enfield disappointed me with the whole you need a gacha character and then the weapon thing all the gacha are doing now. Feels so bad. I definitely don't like that. I will agree with you on that. I don't like weapon banners. I think that's really extra annoying. If you're fully committed to going the direction of vector graphic, you could edit the shape of the individual splotches easier. It does come with a heap of downsides as well, so... Yeah, I don't think I am going to continue with vector graphic. I think it's just good for slapping down color faster. If you enjoy AK base management well, you might go with Enfield. Not necessarily, to be honest. It might click for you or not. Won't know till you try. That's fair. Generally what turns most people away without trying is that they think it looks complicated. It's not really the complication of it, it's just that I don't, I feel like I don't really see the personal enjoyment of it. Like for me, personally. But, I don't know. Nobody expects to love Factorio, and then you check the clock and it's 5 AM, and the factory must keep growing. Oh no. I just really like the 3D world type of stuff. Like, my ideal game is like, you know, Zelda stuff, right? Like 3D Zelda stuff. So I like the idea of the 3D environments. Ironically, never had played Genshin. But yeah, the factory stuff I'm not sure about. let's just try to... Let's try to liquefy this a little bit. Blank says, when it comes to management, my favorite is Cultist Simulator. That is a bigger focus on puzzles, figuring out what you're doing. Not sure if it counts. I'm not really big on management type of games. I didn't like Animal Crossing for the same reason. It felt too stressful. It felt too much like a job. I don't know, just the fact that things could keep going wrong, threw me off. I'm okay with the base going wrong in Arknights, just because, like, it's very easy to fix. It's very easy to just replace operators and stuff. But Animal Crossing always made me feel like I had to constantly be playing it when I didn't want to. Alright, I think I'm at the point where I can start refining things, and I guess with what we're doing right now, it probably won't be as visually accurate in terms of, like, pixel accuracy, but I'm kind of still curious what we can do with it. And actually, what I might try... no, I'll leave it the way it is for now. We'll see how it goes. We'll just try to render it from here, I guess. We'll see how that looks. Thank me, Hoyo, for the weapon gacha. Oof. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the weapon gacha, that's for sure. Character gacha, I think is fine. Weapon gacha, I think is overkill. How do I make this, like, slightly lighter? There we go. I hope the weapons just become stat sticks and characters get their own built-in weapons. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine if it's like, this is only for if you want to min-max. Like, okay, annoying, but able to avoid if you want to avoid. But if it becomes, like, required, that's definitely gonna be annoying. I feel like Hypergriff has built enough of a reputation of, hey, we don't make it so that you're required to have X thing, though. I feel like if they changed that, there'd be a lot more problems. Which game am I referring to? What do you mean? I previously referred to Zelda earlier. Weapon stuff is Hoyoverse. And I don't know what else. I don't know what else I was referring to. Alright, I need to make sure that I give her more of, like, a sharper face. She has a very sharp face. I need to make sure I capture that. Yeah, Weapon Banner, I think, is, Hoyoverse. Hoyo type of games. You do want to try Enfield when it comes out, then? I would like to. I'm not sure where I'm going to be in the regular Arknights story at that point. I don't know. I'm in a weird place with it. Do I want to try it out? Yes. Do I feel like it's probably going to be very heavy on references I both don't understand and things that might spoil things for me later? I don't know. I don't know. But it does seem like it would be worth checking out regardless. I know it would be friendly to people who have not played Arknights, but if you're early and in the middle, I don't know where that's gonna land. I need this collar to go up a little bit. More like the guy pointing at TV meme. I don't know what a weapon banner is. So from what I understand, Dual Thrones, it's like if you have your regular banners for like, you know, Blue Archive or Arknights or whatever, then you just have the character. And from what I can tell, the Hoyoverse games, like, you know, Genshin and Honkai and everything, well, I don't know which one it is. I think Genshin did it, but one of them has, like, the gachas also include weapons for the characters as, like, part of the gacha system instead of just characters. So, the frustrating thing about it is that your rarity for characters can be ruined by the weapons. It kind of feels like the same deal with Infinity Nikki. Infinity Nikki worked that you had to like put together an outfit, and you didn't have like all the outfit pieces. It wasn't considered like winning the gacha, even if the piece that you got was rare. So it's a lot of things you have to put together just to do the minimal thing that you want. I did not like that about Infinity Nikki. The Infinity Nikki is quite insane, though. It is, though. Wuwa started realizing their mistake and are now showing weapons on characters that barely use them? Huh. If it spoils something, it's gonna spoil every one of us. I just didn't know if it would be, like, talking about main story stuff that you guys already knew, that's all. Send a message on Discord, I'll see you around. Alright, sounds good, C-Hero. Enfield to OG Arknights will be like HSR to Honkai 3rd. It's fine if you didn't play the previous, it does enhance your experience. Okay. I mean, when I want a character and learn about their mannerisms and story, but instead get a random sword with zero story related. Yeah. I did try Infinity Nikki for a bit. I did 2 streams of Infinity Nikki, and then it just got, like, very overwhelming very quickly. And I didn't, like, immediately fall in love with it. I really wanted to enjoy it because aesthetically, visually, it should be right up my alley. But it just seemed like there was way too much, and it got to the point where it just kind of felt like this is a game that will never end, and it's already the beginning of the game. So I don't know, it didn't feel right. Which is sad, because it was really hard to get set up, too. If you didn't quit, you dodged a bullet. Yeah, I basically dodged a bullet. I only played a tiny, tiny bit. I mean, like, I was kind of intrigued by it, but it got really frustrating to realize how much was locked behind paywall. All 3 big Hoyover games and Wuthering Waves have weapon banners. However, I know that in HSR, character and weapon have their own pity. Character pity wouldn't affect weapon banner. That's good, at least. That's good, at least. Are you forced to have them together? Because that's what I don't like. I like, if it's a separate banner, then that's fine. I don't like it when the banner is, like, pushed together. You know, into one, roll 10 or something. I'm gonna clean up the face a little bit here. They are separate, luckily. Thank goodness. Because I know that there's some that are not separate. And it's just like you get a bunch of weapons when what you're trying for is characters. Lula has the best system so far. There's no 50-50 on weapons. Oh, interesting. Okay. Can we get song name for this one? I know the song, not the specific cover. Wait, the previous one, right? You said you knew the song that was, Solon Adele, but piano cover? I'm sorry, I didn't know what you meant. Previous from this? 27. Was I off by one? Might have been off by one. Sorry. Trying to make it go back, it won't go back. This one? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Yeah. I'll just have it playing again, I guess. Mystery Memory, but which cover? See if it's the name. The name's in Chinese. The name is in Chinese. I believe that there is a YouTube channel that does a lot of, piano covers. I apologize. I think there's a YouTube channel that does a lot of piano cover. It's like the main focus of the channel is piano cover. I feel like I need to get on Discord and ask someone to explain matters, because Starlight's doing art and can't focus on trying to explain terminology to someone. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I apologize. Need to make this a little bit lighter. What color am I working with here? Maybe this is a little bit lighter overall. I feel like I need a swath of lighter over everything. That's probably a little bit better. Sheet piano. Do anything, cannot be reasonably expected to do a bunch of other things. I'm trying, but yeah, it's a little tricky. But I'm sure people are more than happy to explain things. You know what? Here, let me quickly write myself a note to make sure that I have the piano in the credits. And then going forward, I'll be able to link the person's channel directly. Name of the channel's Sheet Piano. Okay. I'm gonna add that to this. I'll make sure to add that to the description. Gonna head out for the night? Alright. Sounds good, Artemis. Have a great rest of your day. Alright, let's see where we can get with this here. Yeah, I feel like the 3D is not gonna have a perfect match because I'm trying something so different, but we're just gonna see how it goes, and we're being a little bit more, I guess creative with it, is the best way to say it. Being a little bit more experimental today. That's fine, I think. I'm trying to see what I can learn every time we do these, right? Every time we do, it's a new learning experience. Very experimental indeed. Aside from main story, are you already familiar with AK world building, like races, countries, and such? I don't know the other countries. I am visually aware of some of the races in terms of like the different animals I've seen. But in terms of world building, no, I really don't know anything. I'm kind of hoping to sort of like learn the world building as I go. But at the moment, no, I don't have any understanding. I can pick up a little bit here or there. But not much at the moment. Adele was one of the first events I experienced, and it blew my mind. She was also my first new 6-star pull. Has been part of my team forevermore. Huge sheep enjoyer. That's really cool. How new am I in AK? I just completed chapter 3. That's how new I am. Last stream, I completed chapter 3. So, yes. Very, very much new. Oh, hey, now it matches. I didn't used to recognize this tune, and now I do. I didn't even know I had this in here. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I genuinely didn't know that I had this. So I just have a lot of lobby themes, because lobby themes have been safe. So I didn't know that I had this one. And now I understand the man pointing at TV meme. Because I've probably had this playing multiple times and, like, didn't make the connection until now. You know? How is the hair working? I'm not quite sure how this functions correctly. I'm gonna have to approximate it a bit, because I can't quite tell what's happening. There's a big open part here. And then she kind of has like a lock of hair that's crossed over, from what I can tell. And then there's a big highlight here. Wait, where is this? It's about here. Goes over. I didn't look too much into the... I didn't look at the story for the event because I want to be able to experience it when it makes more sense for me to. But I did really enjoy the minigame of becoming, like, Ace Attorney. I thought that was really interesting. I genuinely enjoyed how that was put together. Encore? No, I think it just goes twice. Full circle indeed. I always love the minigame for the limited events. I really love how clever they are. Like, I love how much goes into them. It seems like there's a ton of love that goes into the events. Like, just putting together those minigames seems like a lot of work. And I think they did a really good job with this one. with having everything be, like, so, oh, come on. Oh, don't do this to me! There we go. Lost pen pressure for a second, that wouldn't have been good. It seems like a lot goes into them. Music is the magic of the world's Germany? That's really cool. Alright, and then this piece is... about here? Gonna be a little tricky to do the highlight, but... I'm gonna blend that together. And then I'll blend the edge, because it seems like that's what this entails, is sort of like camera focus difference. Is talking about AK world building counted as spoilers? Since you're at chapter 4, at least you know what Ursus and Lundman are based from, right? Yeah. I understand Ursus and Lundman, but I don't know any places beyond that, and I kind of want to discover those for my own. But I do understand Ursus and Lundman is like Russia and China. And that's as much as I know. I know the existence of some others, because, I have Vermel on my team, and she always says, like, if you were from, Siracusa. But that's about where my knowledge ends at the moment. Lundman is specifically Hong Kong? China is something else. Okay. The Arknights Germans said sound is the most powerful medium, we will channel arts through it, and that is sick. Yeah, I really like how, like, I don't know what the other arts are gonna be based on, so I don't want to know at the moment. But I do like the idea that people's arts are very personal, from what I can tell. They seem to be very, very personally driven. And I kind of like that because there's aspects of that that really remind me of, like, Freeren. Freeren is very similar to that, too. I love the concept that your magic... I understand that arts are a little bit of their own thing, but I love general story concepts that your magic is so formed personally to you. I think that that's a really powerful thing. There we go. Like JoJo stands. Arts is more of a science than real magic. I mean, I'm sure it has, like, its... I'm sure it has its variation. But as a celestial fox, I sort of see the world in one way. And you know, what is science than just parts of magic that can be explained, right? I mean, you know, take alchemy, for instance. One shape of arts in Arknights involves music and poetry. You can basically feel the arts IRL from hearing music. I really do like that. At the point the Arknights world is in, arts, i.e. magic you wish, has become scientifically understood. We're reaching Spoiler Town now. Okay, okay, okay. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Across fiction, the fields of science and magic can intersect in wildly different ways. True. Very true. Alright. I think we're okay here. I just like when things are very personal to the individual. Call it selfish, maybe, but I think that there's something really important in that. All right. And then this part here is going to have to be a little bit more faded. Ironically, has to be less sharp than I've been working with. There's a difference between old school magic and science-based magic, like in Doctor Strange. There you go. That's one way to look at it. I don't know, I'm more on the side of old school magic personally, but I think that when you think about something like Doctor Strange, right? It's kind of like there's parts that still aren't fully explained, and they're sort of on a different side. Like, it's not Merlin's work, right? But there's still something there where you're not really tapping into the fully explained. If we're talking about something like Doctor Strange, right? Granted, I haven't watched all the movies, but from what I understand, like, doesn't it start off with him being extremely skeptical of everything and being like, no, everything can be explained, and then the whole point is, no, it can't? That's what I got from it anyway. I don't know. I know some people are more into the science side of things. I'm personally more into the fantasy side of things. So we might differ a little bit there, but that's okay. Arknights blends magic and science aspects you can't tell one from another. I think that's cool. Like, I won't worry about, I won't press on about it, because probably spoiler stuff, but I really like media in general, where they don't really try to distinguish the two. The moment you study magic, you're applying scientific method already. Yeah, exactly. Magic the Ascension probably has my favorite take on magic versus technology. The difference isn't mechanical, but ideological. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see here. We're skirting around spoilers? Okay. Okay. I'm not trying to, I'm like, I myself am not trying to, because I don't know where that goes. I'm just saying that in general media, not limited to Arknights, right? But good to know. Thank you for looking out. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out. Audio issues? I've heard some people say that sometimes it cracks a little bit, but I don't know what to do about that. Blank says, in Mage, the main enemy faction are the people who invented science. Magic forced into universal principles and laws available to everyone with all individuality excised. I feel like I remember you telling me about this earlier. Music is a bit crunchy a bit back. I don't know why it does that. I apologize. I don't know why. It might be like a live streaming thing. I'm not sure. It's very temporary, so it's fine. I hear people say that, but I don't know what to do about it. And I think we're okay in terms of, like, dropped frames and everything. Yeah, we're fine in terms of dropped frames. I don't know why it happens. I'm sorry. Crunch bars are all right. Alright, we're at a good point with the hair. Like, I'm feeling like we're making good progress with this. I kind of like this weird, abstract color blocking technique. Kind of just sort of forcing you into getting a better sense of your color schemes early. And then sort of, I'm going in and then painting it afterward. But it's a good way to establish things. I might continue trying to do more of that kind of thing. Good way to jump into things, I feel. Doesn't happen enough to be a big issue. I'm hoping it's only like once a stream. I don't know if it's more common than that. If it's more common than that, I'll see what I can look up for it. Hopefully it's not that common. Doesn't happen that often? Okay. I don't know why. I feel like I only ever heard of people talking about it recently. I don't know why. I told you the basic ways magic works in Mage. The really interesting thing is that technology and science also technically work that way. Tech also works only because people believe it. That is crazy. That's a crazy way of writing things out, honestly. In terms of world building. Alright, this is probably good. Let's try to see if we can add some color to the hair. I feel like I can get the hair done. Is this slightly bluer? Maybe? Maybe just a hint? And then how's the breakdown of where I actually have this part? Because I feel like I just quickly dropped that in without actually caring about where it was. Might have to make that on a separate layer. In terms of where the Hime cut lands. I think I just very, very quickly did it without paying much attention. Speaking of magic, if you think about it, cooking is basically magic. You put stuff, ingredients into a pot to create a whole different substance. Very true, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Cooking is not only magic, it's considered sacred to most people. Cooking is considered a very sacred art to a lot of people. And it's so universal, right? Like, everybody needs cooking in some form. So it's very universally applicable. Probably why Dungeon Meshi can do so well. I now desire to see a character uses cooking as a medium for magic. There's probably some out there. I would imagine there'd have to be. Trying to separate these out even enough. Maybe I'll just move them over manually like this. Make it a little bit easier. Want to see more of the dishes in Terra? The books are a nice read. I haven't seen much food stuff in Terra. I tried looking it up before I was, like, aware of how fast it was to find spoilers and things. And I was surprised that I couldn't really find too much. But I do feel like I've seen a lot of illustrations where they have food. Main antagonist is basically the Illuminati, who invented science and are trying to eradicate magic while being in denial about being mages themselves. The heck? Oh, that is wild. Cooking, magic, baking, science. There was a Dungeon Meshi collab, lots of food in that one. I did hear about the Dungeon Meshi collab, yes. Unfortunately, not newbie friendly. Okay, I have to ask a question. Has anyone played TOTK? Because that chord right there reminds me so much of TOTK, and I brought this up before, but I'm curious if anyone's played TOTK. Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom. I asked this previously, and no one had played it, so I didn't get an answer. But I'm curious. Watch video essays on it. It's not the same. You did say it's basically the dragon note. Yes, exactly. Yes! Only Breath of the Wild? I don't think it's in Breath of the Wild, but I don't remember. Yeah, in my Discord I went wild and I was trying to explain it like, you know, string on chalkboard theory. But yes, it is, there absolutely has dragon theme on it. And it's also the exact same time. Like, if you look up the dragon theme in Zelda, and you look up the dragon theme in Tears of the Kingdom, and then you look up this song, the moment that same chord is repeated is at the exact same time in each song, which is really crazy to me. I will be like total like conspiracy theory with red string on this one. This part right here. I'm gonna end up doing like some YouTube short on it. Because people probably think I'm crazy with this. But I swear. It's identical. The essay was about how the sun in TOTK feels? Well, now I'm curious. That string part is very similar with TOTK, right? It's like, it's nearly identical. Thank you, somebody gets it. Somebody gets it. I heard that and I was like, this sounds exactly like something that I've heard. What is this? And then I connected the dots. I was like, oh my gosh, this is just TOTK. Creating a short will definitely assuage any accusation of madness. I'm not mad, it's just true. You can't be mad if there's just truth in it. It's just factual. Should make a short since I need side-to-side comparison? Yeah. I'll do that at some point. I have so many content things to be doing. But it's absolutely the same. It's absolutely the same. That part, right there. That one. Scientists are always called mad because people don't believe the truth. You will believe it and you will like it. It did come out before DOTK. I would be, like, very surprised if there was some sort of connection there, but I do think it's funny. I realized it came out beforehand. I don't know if anyone on the Nintendo team's playing Arknights. I feel like this is actually, I made this like slightly, I made it slightly bluer, but now I actually think it's the opposite. Oh. There we go. This. Alright. I think we just about got it here. What's the TOTK song called? I gotta compare it now. It's just the dragon theme. Just look up the regular dragon theme. In the first, I want to say it's the first 22 seconds. It's on the 22-second mark. And then you can come back and tell other people that I'm not crazy. Alright. We're good there. I'm gonna make a layer on top for these highlights, because they're very, very, very strong highlights. I feel like this is going to need a whole layer on its own. Might take me a bit to get the right shape, but if I can keep these really sharp. Considering my work usually isn't very sharp, if I can keep these sharp, that would be good. At least to some degree. An essay by the excellent Jacob Geller called Staring into the Sun and Other Ways of Capturing Transcendence talks about a variety of art through the lens of the central theme, and TOTK is one of the main works discussed. Dang. I'll have to check that out at some point. But in the Discord, actually, it's really interesting to all artists generally. Yeah, absolutely. When you have BG3 devs playing AK, you kind of can't rule out anyone else. True. Very fair. I kind of hear it. It's really close, in my opinion. I'm not saying that it's like plagiarism or anything, I just think it's really amusing. I just think it's really funny. Alright, and then this piece here. And this part kind of, like... Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. The way that I ended up drawing or painting this or whatever kind of reminds me of Ina. Nina my Ina-ness. The irony of saying that. And yes, I know. Yeah, the headband and, like, kind of same hairstyle in a way. Will you try the new event coming out soon? Probably. I'll probably skip the story, but I'll read the event. I'll do the event part to the best of my ability. Make that a little bit softer. Alright. Make it go over a little bit lighter. You want the event? Has, like, no connection to any other stuff from my understanding? Should be a very safe read. Oh, really? Wait, the upcoming event? I thought people said it did. I think I remember people saying it did. Alright, we're gonna grab this, make this lighter. Pick a lighter desaturated color for it. A little bit darker for this side. And then we'll go under it and add a little bit of a highlight beneath it to sort of make it work together. Or make that a little bit cleaner. And then make it a little more faded here. And there's more of a... there's more so shapes here, I think. Events are always beneficial to do since you get materials and EXP. Much more sandy efficient. Yeah, no, I have been doing the events for the materials and such. I just haven't been reading. Main protagonist doesn't appear in any other big events or stories? Oh, okay. I said twice, probably didn't see the message. It doesn't? Wait, I'm sorry if I missed that. I apologize. It's the ideal way of getting mats you need for later. Really expensive promotion and modules. Alright, good to know. I grabbed, I was told to grab the ones with the golden rings from the last event, so I made sure to grab those. I could have sworn that someone had said before that the next event did have main story spoiler stuff, but I could be very wrong. Most likely am, frankly. I could have sworn I remember hearing someone say that. Maybe I misunderstood it, though. That's very possible, frankly. It's very, very possible that I might have just misunderstood what they were saying. Yeah, I promise I'm not trying to ignore you or anything. I'm just trying to jump between, like, chat and, like, looking away and drawing. So, if you maybe said something when I was, like, more in the drawing mode. In the drawing zone. Merely jesting, okay. What I said is that the event has no ties to main story, no characters from main story except one guy that only appears in chapter 8 for a minute and dips, but there's no main story relation. Okay. Because for you guys, this is all rerun stuff, right? So you guys have already done these events? For the most part? Wait, was Carnival a rerun for you guys? Or was that, that was new, right? Because that was, like, trailer when you downloaded the game, so I feel like that was on the new side for everybody. But the previous one I knew was a rerun. And this upcoming one is new for you guys? Okay. Wait, if it's... Oh, because you guys read the CN stuff. So you already know what the storyline is. Okay, okay, I see. I was confused. I was like, wait, if it's not a rerun, how do you guys know? And I'm like, oh wait, a lot of you guys go read the CN stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Story's too peak to not read it. Beagles at my door, am I cooked? Probably. I still think that was, like, the funniest thing that has happened on any of these streams so far. Alright. We'll lock this over. Make that a little less... Maybe, I guess we'll blur it a little bit. Can I do that? We'll try to blur a little bit here on the edges. Oh, not that much. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Just to make it feel like there's a little bit more movement going on. There we go. Are you planning on pulling any characters in the future? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm kind of like... I'm not really like... There's no one that's like immediately sticking out to me, I guess. I want to do the banner that people don't recommend for the older operators, but I know that's an entirely separate currency anyway. Also wanted to say 3 times now, constantly forgot or got distracted. Dan, I'm surprised how well you're copying the 3D character. I'm trying anyway. You can definitely tell where it does feel more like a painting. But I think what we did in the beginning with, like, just establishing the light and the dark, I think that really helped, honestly. I think that made a huge difference. And that's a technique that I've never done before, so that was interesting. And then I'll make sure to... This is actually really light. This is really, really sharp and really light and a little bit warm. Let's see if I can actually grab this whole thing a little bit. Grab it, make it slightly warmer. If I can, without messing it up too much. It's very subtle. If you barely own any characters from Kernel, it's fine banner to roll on? Okay. If you don't care, Kernel is fine? Okay. The worst part about Kernel is it doesn't give gold certs. Oh, okay. Well, at least it's, like, for the most part, it's a separate currency anyway, right? The thing is, I want to roll on it when it does the thing where it lets you pick your own. And I heard that that comes around, like, every 3-ish months, I believe someone said. There we go. Some much sharper lighting. Yeah, most of the ops kernel's awful, but if you're new, you can get all year 1 and 2 ops from it. Oh, okay. Reason why a lot of AK players are off-put by rolling on kernel, it's a banner for old characters, most of whom a lot of older AK players already own. That makes sense. Yeah, for me, I'm trying to get older characters, so... I guess that makes the difference, right? I get it. It's probably not meta or whatnot, but that's not as important to me. Here's the thing about that, if there's an op you want and pick your own comes up, you can set an op you want and buy them using gold certs. That's how I got Adele. Set her, then bought her with gold certs. Yeah, I think that makes sense for sure. Probably what I'll try doing. I like that they give you that option, honestly. That's pretty generous, I feel, for a gacha game. They still make some way to just get through. Granted, the gold certs are hard to obtain, but still. The fact that they give you the option is nice. Basically, you get a guaranteed 6-star for 27 pulls. Perfect. But, saving up 180 certs is so much better than buying the pulls. It wasn't... I was looking at some that were like a few hundred, I think. It's like some of the gold cert characters seemed really expensive. Maybe I'm misremembering. Event rerun gives you dupe for welfare characters, which would be created for a lot of gold certs. Okay, good to know. That requires a different currency. 4 stars, 150, 5 stars, 600. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. So that's a totally different currency. Okay. It's hard to get used to all the different currencies. There's so many. That one you can farm? Is that the... About 2 to 3 sandy with the most efficient stage. Which one is that? I'm trying to remember how I was previously getting... Are those the red ones? Maybe I'm thinking of the red ones. The red ones, okay. So maybe I am confusing them a little bit. The red tickets, there's a set group of ops that can only be bought via those tickets. Oh, good to know. Alright. Alright, let's get the... Let's get this centerpiece on. I'm not really sure what to call it. I'm not really sure what it is, frankly. I guess it's a jabbo. I guess it's a jabbo. Hello, if you read the... Hello, Vessa! Dang you. How are you doing? Welcome in. How dare. How dare. Ah. Welcome in, Vesta. I'm still feeling sick. I was late. I'm now here and feeling better. Sorry for late. No, you're good. I'm glad you're feeling better. Did that make you feel better? Did that aid your spirits? Goodness. Yes, a little, to be honest. Sneaky cat. Very sneaky cat. That's, I tried a new thing where I was, where I started using, whatchamacallit. I started trying to balance out blocking with, just the lasso tool. The whole thing was all, like, vector abstract for a while. It was interesting. Trying to get this little bit of shading here. I'm still surprised that you guys know these, like, by the drop of a hat. Alright, I might have gone a little too off kilter here, but that's alright. HG's a music company after all. I keep hearing people say that. I'm just amused, like, how fast you guys know, though. Why wouldn't we? Arknights has the best music in all of Gacha. It is very, very good. I will 100%. I 100% agree with that statement. I think the crazy thing is, like, the music doesn't feel like it's from a Gacha game, you know? It feels like it's either from, like, full movie scores or, like, AAA type of stuff. I really like Girls' Frontline music, even I have to admit AK has a slight edge. Vesta, we've had some people joining the Discord who also seem to also be really into GFL. Just saying. Music company pretending to be a gacha game company. The only other game that I've seen that invests this much into music has been League. That's the only one that I've seen that goes that crazy on music. GFL has yearly concert too. I feel like there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of games now that do concerts. HG's music company that has gacha business on the side to fund the music. I can see it. I can believe it. Don't forget the Connection ending song I sent you before. That was just the ending theme for an event. They also go hard on music. Well, they're... I think AK probably has a slight edge for me, because of the variety. Like the, like this one, for example, I feel like probably we wouldn't see in GFL. I don't know, I could be wrong. But the fact that they can play with things that are more also like, you know, Celtic folk tune or something, I think that's really nice. Metalhead, so surprised at how hard some songs go in AK. I would imagine, yeah. GFL has all kinds of music, AK still might have a bit more genre variety. I can't think of many that would have, like, Celtic folklore thrown in. Like, that's a genre that I really like, but I don't see it a lot. So, that definitely stood out to me, with, like, Firelight casts and everything. Definitely stood out to me. Personally, I can't wait for you to later on try out some side events and then do that pointing meme recognizing the music. That's funny. By the way, any plans to play other games? I'm not sure at the moment, honestly. I'm not sure. I'm kind of at a point where, like, you can't really run out of, you can't really run out of media here. I'm not really sure at this point. I was previously doing Infinity, Nikki, and Hamtaro. I think Arknights gets a lot of music mileage because they're building so many varied cultures in the world. That makes sense, yeah. You fell to the AK hole. A little bit. A little bit. I mean, you guys kind of dragged me. But yeah, I've been enjoying it. I really wasn't sure about it in the beginning, just because, again, you know, not something I've normally done, not a genre I've normally explored. But I'm very much getting caught up with the story and everything, so... I can't really tell how this goes. I'm trying to approximate the shape and color, but it's a little tricky. It's very thin. It's kind of hard to read. I also think it's funny how I have so many pieces of, like, art inspiration in my folders, in my mood boards, and now I'm doing the guy pointing meme again, being like, oh, right. I didn't realize this is also an operator. This is not just a random character with animal ears, right? This is also so many art pieces that I've saved that I didn't know. I think that's been the funniest part so far. I think this is supposed to mirror the belt on the other side, but it's a little hard to draw out. Just started GFL 2, anything I should know gameplay-wise? Vessel could probably give you good info on that. I'd love to see the folder and count how much AK art is in there. It's Pinterest boards and things. But if I go back into it, it's like, there's so much AK. There's one piece that I really liked that someone did as fan art. And it was for the, I was debating on rolling on the banner for this character, but I was like, there's no way that's gonna happen. There's not a point to trying that, because there's too many people on the banner. But it was for the, I'm sorry, I'm still learning the names. It was for the pink wolf that was just on the banner. And I saw a piece of fan art of her, and I'm like, oh, this is such a nice design. This is a really nice design. She's like, she was just on the banner. Or maybe still is, I don't remember. Is it... Is the name Pozemka? I think that was their name. I just thought it was a very, very nice design. I was debating on it, but there were so many other characters in the banner that I knew that even if I was able to find a 6-star, then it just would not, it would end up not being the right one at all, so I didn't try for it. I was tempted, though. I was tempted. And I think her... I don't know if it's her theme or just a song she's associated with, but there's one in the playlist in here. I just thought she had a very, very nice design, and I saw fan art that I didn't know was from Arknights at first. I just really liked the concept. Just a very, very elegant design. Alright, this is where it gets a little tricky, because now the 3D-ness takes over, and everything gets very fuzzy, blurry. And then I start losing track of where I am here. If I can just keep pushing where the color breaks are. Yeah, Posey, like, I wanted to try it very badly, but there were 4 other characters on that banner, so I knew my chance was next to nothing. If there had been less characters on if there had been, like, her and someone else, I probably would have run it, but I knew that luck would not be on my side for that. Because, like, the one with, Vulpes and Lapland, those were the only 2 on that banner, right? So a lot of people ended up getting them. But I just felt like the odds were not in a good place for that. For Posey. Those 2 were right up. I'm still trying to understand how Gacha works, understandably. It would be the same odds as a duo standard? I'm confused. Regarding the banner, only those 4 were on the banner? What do you mean? It's still 1 out of 4. I'm confused what you mean by that. Like, there's... I'm still trying to learn how gachas work. Because you still had to get the chance of getting a 6-star, right? And then out of that 6-star, you only had a 25% chance of getting the 6-star that you wanted. Most banners, including standard, you can still get a lot of off-rate 6-star. For Posey's banners, only those 4 6-star. Oh, so you're saying that there was no off rate if you were to get a 6-star. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, I wasn't even thinking about the off rate part, honestly. I was just thinking about the fact that there were 4 there, but yeah, probably would have been a better bet than previously. I didn't know. Well, okay, good to keep in mind for next time how it works. So your chance was higher because there weren't as many off rates, but it was still 25% because... And you still had to be lucky enough to even get a 6-star to begin with, right? I mean, that's the thing. You'd be lucky enough to even get a 6-star, and then out of those 6 stars, it still might be not the one you're after. And I'm guessing that's probably just gacha in general. It probably doesn't get any more fair than that. But I don't normally run gacha, so I didn't know. There are other things to consider, like pity, but basically that is indeed gacha. Yeah, I figured. Lapland Altar is in raid up. You think you won't get her because of your first experience, end up getting her in your first 10 pull. Aroma is raid up. So you'll think it'll be 10 pulls to get her. Pull 10 times, no luck. Pull again, no luck. 70 more pulls later, you finally get her. Aroma is raid up. You think it'll be 10 pulls. Pull 10, no luck. 70 pulls, you get her. I don't get how the... I'm definitely not speaking from own experience. I'm sorry, Raul. It's so hard for me to understand, to wrap my head around, because there's so many different, like, lingos to it. I could try to understand, but it's not easy for me. So, I don't... There's supposed to be 1 in 20. But if it's 1 in 20, but there's multiple... So it's a 5-star 1 in 20 in general, but you can't guarantee that it's the 1 5-star that you're after, right? There's a metal piece here, and I can't figure out where it goes and how it's put together. Arknights is in a strange position with its gacha, to be honest. Why is that not working here? Oh, this needs to be on shuffle. Hang on, sorry. Hang on a sec here. Why are you not working? There we go. One part, or on average, people should get more than any other gacha. At the same time, it's possible to be super unlucky and then get less in others. Dang. I had to do 100 pulls to get just 1 of the 5 stars that was supposed to be rate up. I got 2 of the 6-star that was rate up before the 5-star. Jeez. You get 5-star roughly every 10 pull. Usually it's 1 in 4 to get the banner operator you want. So you'd expect, oh, you might get them in the next temple, and occasionally go to 100 or more without getting them. Whew. That's rough. Normally, non-limited 6 stars are guaranteed after 150. So, okay, I have a question in that case. What happened with Nami? Was it because she was trying to get full potential? She was trying to get Golden Glows 6 times? Yeah, okay, full potential. That makes sense. She got extremely unlucky. No. Full pot's whale behavior. But I can understand it if it's like, I can understand it if it's, like, in her case, literally her child. Broken, thank you very much for following. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day so far. Bots give very minimal buff. I feel like the maybe it's just me as a new player. The best part for full potential for me that I'm seeing is the DP reduction, but it's only 2, so I don't know how critical it is, but as a new player, that seems to be very nice, at least. Now here's a question for you guys. If you get a character to full potential and then you keep pulling them and then you have all their extra tickets, can you do anything with that, or does that just remain in your account forever, mocking you? You burn it for gold certificates? Oh, okay. How do you burn them? Does it matter what the rarity of the operator is? There's a token exchange button at the bottom? You have to look for that at some point. I didn't know. I thought I just had to forever deal with an account with 5 extra orchid tokens. I thought I'd just be stuck with that forever. Certain rarity gives certain amount. Gold cert are one of the best things in AK. 6-star ops are in rotation. You can buy them when they're there. Like that, I got almost all the ops in the game. Good to know. The irony is, like, if you guys see, like, suzerain in the shop or something, I'll probably end up, like, doing gacha just to get the gold certs. Other than that, I've been avoiding doing the gacha. Because there's nothing that's, like, really, really, like, screaming at me right now, you know? She was in the shop not too long ago? Dang it. Well, I probably didn't have material in the very beginning. It might have been, like, a few weeks before I did. A few weeks before I even started, probably. She's available in Kernel Headhunting, though. And Top Operator and Support and Slow. I've never seen the Top Operator, tag yet. I've yet to see it. Let alone with those existing tags to go with it. Recruitment can give you operators too. Keep doing it and you'll have it stacked unknowingly. Yeah, I'm thinking of trying for the custom for the custom banner. Are you going to pull for her mom? I wish that I had tried earlier, but I couldn't in the beginning. I started playing Arknights during that banner with Lapland, so I didn't have much of a choice to try for it. But yeah, if I could get the whole Fox family, that'd be great. So, like, when you're later in the game, you don't... Okay. I think I mentioned this earlier in stream, but because I'm new, I feel like all my current investments are, like, permanent, like, set in stone. And I know they're not, it just feels that way because of the limitation that you have, in the beginning, like, with materials and everything. But you guys later in the game were able to build, like, fully different teams as you wanted to, right? Orienteering banners are fun. We were supposed to get Aroma in the Orienteering banner, instead we got some other random mop a while back. Oh no. Eventually you just have materials to do anything. Good to know. I have basically everyone I ever wanted built. If I can be honest, 3-star characters such as Cruz and Midnight are extremely good and cheap to raise. I have Cruz on my main team, and she's like, okay, I can... Like, I think the thing is, like, there are characters that I'm working with now, and I'm investing material in them, and my brain is going like, okay, but I feel like at some point I'm going to switch you out for somebody else, so I don't know what to do. Like, Orchid is probably the best example of that, right? Because she's in the same class as Suzerain. So I'm like, okay, if I can eventually get Suzerain at some point, then I would be replacing Orchid. But in the meantime, I need Orchid. So it's hard for me to balance it. Eventually the XP and LMD income is enough that you can regularly build everything? Okay. You don't seem to care for meta, where you'd eventually switch main teams every few months? Jeez. It seems like a lot. Maybe it's not a lot, but it feels like a lot. But yeah, I don't care for meta. I've never been into meta with anything, like... I know Pokemon has their own meta, never really cared for that either. Trying to get the... Oh, shoot. This is the part where it's getting really painterly, is when it gets really close to the edge and I can't quite tell what I'm doing. Alright, let's move over to this side and then I'll run to that side and then we'll work on the face. Pokemon meta nowadays is just Chiyu copy pasta. You also might just decide to use lower rarity characters just for fun. There's no downside to lowering level ups, because they can have use later on. Alright, that's good to know. Yeah, I think right now it's just because all my resources are so limited, that for me, there's a lot more anxiety. Like, right now, I'm like, oh, I haven't used the 5-star tickets, and then I'm, like, leveling, people that I'm currently using, and I'm like, maybe I should stop in case I need to level the 5-star ticket. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just so limited where I'm at right now. The average early gacha grind. I mean, that's the other problem too, right? Because, like, I'm not as used to the gacha systems. I'm not used to the gacha gameplay styles. I'm not used to gacha grind. Drop by in the stream before I hop on my flight. Really love that the Masterstudy choice right now is Arturia. Hmm? Oh, is that what you were saying with the other name? I don't know the character very well, I apologize. But Avon, I hope you have a fantastic flight. I hope it goes very well. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. And I wish you all the best with it. Thankfully, Arknights isn't heavily reliant on meta. There's people who clear the game with 4 and 5 star, and while it might be more difficult, it is still feasible. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. Thank you, Inquis. I appreciate that. Yeah, somebody else earlier was like, oh, I'm not used to seeing her operator name. And I'm like, I don't know. I just grabbed whatever I could see on Google. Oh my gosh, you should see how stupid I am trying to look for things on Google. I'm trying to get, like, I'm trying to make sure I have the name or something right, just to make a thumbnail, right? And because of previous times doing that with other characters, I'm now at the point where I go on Google, type in the name, put my hand in front of all the Google search results, and then look for the PNG as fast as I can, and then, like, book it out of there. It's pathetic. But I blame Google for being so open about things. Trying to avoid things, and then it, like, shows it in the Google preview text. AK community is somewhat convinced devs only use 4 stars when testing out difficulty of new content. That's really interesting, actually. She's in the story, before she was playable. People got used to calling her Arturia before Virtuosa. Oh, I see, okay. Alright. We're almost good here. And then this part here. There's just a lot of folds on this jacket, I think. And then it goes a little further up here. Alright. I'm kind of nervous to tackle the big cello piece here. Does that need a little bit of shadow? Probably needs a little bit of shadow. Just a tiny bit there. And then a little bit of blending here. Akojen, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. Thank you for stopping in. Do you have anyone in mind you'd like to cosplay if you could? If I could cosplay someone? I haven't really thought about something like that before. I haven't cosplayed in a really long time. Well, I'm trying to think about that. Well, probably not the Fox family, because they're both too old and too young. I don't know if there's anyone yet that I feel like I could cosplay well. A long time, used to do cosplays or what? I didn't really used to do cosplay in the way that people think of it now, where it's like super serious. I just did it for fun like a long, long time ago, and I've only done a handful. I used to go to conventions, and I haven't been able to go to conventions in a really long time. So I wouldn't really say that I used to cosplay in the way that most people would think of it. It's more like, I've just done hobby cosplay in the past. That's all. And also I used to, I used to make fursuits. So, I don't know. Yeah, I used to do cosplay stuff because I used to do a lot more, like, craft stuff. Furry spotted. I mean, is it really that surprising, to be honest? But yeah, VTubing kind of took over, and left the furry side less, apparent. I can still draw Anthro, but this shouldn't even be a surprise here. We've talked about furry operators before. We've talked about the stuff from, what's the artist's name? I forget now. The one who's done all the super stylized characters that I now forget. Yeah, like waifu. Exactly. But in terms of cosplaying a character, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe Pinecone? I feel like I don't know enough to know who I would cosplay yet, but that's an interesting question. I feel like I'll sit on that a little bit. I don't know, Pinecone might have a nice design for that. I don't think I could pull off, Posey. As much as that would be cool, I don't think I'd be able to pull her off. I don't know, I'm in a weird... I have a weird aesthetic that doesn't really match most things, I feel. Pinecone's a unique pick? I don't hear that often. I don't know, I like her design. I don't know, I've always thought that my design aesthetic and choice and everything is, like, it doesn't fit in many places. It's like, it's not older character, it's not younger character, you don't see it that often. It doesn't really fit neatly into any trope, I feel. And yeah, Pinecone has been very, very useful. Pinecone has saved me more than once. Many, many times over. Actually, Pinecone's probably done the most work out of any operator that I've had. Granted, you know, like, 30 operators. Yeah, I know, like, what, a 10th? There's, like... I think you guys have said there's at least 300 now. So I know maybe, like, a tiny fraction of them. Like, learning a whole Pokedex. For multiple regions. Yeah, okay, so 350. So basically you have to know Kanto to Hoenn. Pinecone is better than most 5 stars, to be real though. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Would be funny if Star ends up trying to learn all 60 subclasses. There's people in the Discord who there's someone in the Discord who made a chart of all the different subclasses. That if I need to reference them, and I pinged it because it's hard. I pinned it because it's hard to remember everything. Test time? What is Sky Ranger archetype? Sky Ranger. I don't think I've heard of that one. Was that on the chart? I didn't study the chart like an exam. I didn't know there was gonna be a test. It's very new. Oh, are you like talking CN content here? Suddenly pop quiz. I feel like I'm absorbing enough of it. I don't know everything. I can't figure out all of it. It's out in the next event. Oh, this coming one that we've been talking about? Sky Ranger is on the chart, though on EN we only have one Sky Ranger, a very good one though. Oh, okay. You should quiz the chat with art questions? I don't know how to quiz people with art questions. I know we have some artists in the chat. I don't know how to quiz people with art questions though. You guys are putting me on the spot to quiz each other and myself. We're getting sucked into answering questions again. I have to sulk off to bed. Alright, Screaming Idiot, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you, thank you. I don't think they even had subclasses back when I played. I would imagine they would have. That's a... I forget when you started playing. I feel like they did. Alright, what is the... Actually, no, there wasn't? Really? Art quiz, how many layers is too many? Oh, geez. Well, actually, okay, with art, with layers, you want me to entertain this? With layers, it completely depends on the art style. Because I can do things that are, like, in 1 layer as a challenge. I can do things that are in, like, 100 layers if it's, live 2D stuff. Completely depends on your art style and what you're going for, really. There is no one right answer to how many layers. I kind of wish I was able to do art quiz right now. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. Layerception, indeed. Especially when you mess up the layer order, like I did. Like, we started a discussion earlier about, like, AI stuff, and then I ended up messing up the layer order, and then I had to repaint over things. Trying to think of, like, an art thing. Does anyone know what the layer modes do? Can you name all layer modes? You might know some of them if you've ever done photo editing. If you know ones that are called, like, multiply. Multiply takes a thing and makes it darker. Good for shadows, overlays. I think I memorized all the layer modes. Blue layer, meta layer, and galaxy layer are the 3 modes. Galaxy layer, huh? I love how you started with blue layer because, like, before I read the full thing, I actually thought that you were giving a legitimate answer. Because I was like, oh yeah, you know, blue filter on everything. But no, you're just throwing things out there. Vector layers, filter layers, regular layer, mask layer. Sky Ranger is the block drones branch? block drones. I didn't even know there was such a thing that could do that. That's good to know. But you said that there's only one operator who can do it. Or at the moment anyways, I guess. Alright. This is gonna be real. This is gonna be blurry. So we'll see how we have to do this. I guess I'll just draw it regularly and then blur it. That'll probably be the easiest way to make it work. The layer modes from the future. Maybe I just have access to upcoming layer modes you don't know about yet. Which program is that in? I'm curious. Which program are the new unlockable layer modes? Do I have to roll a gacha to access them? Are they paywalled? Photoshop, of course. Don't give him that many ideas. Photoshop is the bane of my existence, honestly. Photoshop went crazy. Crazy with the subscription. Cannot afford Photoshop subscription prices. They are nutty. Clip Studio Omega Acrobat XL the 7th. Goodness. The devs thought it'd be fun to have an archetype that could fly. Okay then. Fair enough. There's only one right now, second in 2 days. Interesting. What are the 9 principles that can be employed to imply 3-dimension in 2-dimensional painting? Are you talking about, like, form and things? Like, form, line, space, that kind of thing? The worst part about quizzes is not knowing the direction of what the quiz is asking. Unless he's just gonna try to make me answer, like, you know, how to balance the multiverse theory or something. Alternatively, what is path tracing and how does it work? Like vector? Like vector path? Worst part of quizzes is that they exist. Chiorin, yes, exactly. 100% Clip Studio for the win. Paint Tool Sai too? Paint Tool Sai is also pretty good. I haven't used Paint Tool Sai in a long time since I discovered Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio just kind of did everything I needed, and more, to be honest. But Paint Tool Sai is pretty good, yeah. I have a fondness for Paint Tool Sai. There's some brush strokes that Paint Tool Sai can do that Clip Studio still can't, so some people still use Paint Tool Sai for a very watercolory look that just hasn't been replicated in any other program. People try, but I haven't seen it successful. Drawing right now while watching your stream? Heck yeah. I love that. So when you're using drawing tablet, what type? I am currently using a Cintiq. So it's a bit on the more expensive side, but the nice thing about drawing tablets is that they don't really break. You can kind of just use them forever. So Cintiq is the one with a screen on it, and before iPads were a thing, you could kind of only get a screen with a Wacom Cintiq. And now iPads exist, and now Huion exists, and XP Pen exists, and there's a lot more competition than there used to be. But it used to be the only way to have drawing on a screen, and before people were drawing on screens, you just had to have really good hand-eye coordination. Huion's good. It's basically like they made it really accessible for people to be able to do screen drawing, but it didn't used to be that way. Yeah, it's not the huge one. It's not the one that takes up like your entire table, because I think those are scary and intimidating. It's the 16-inch, so it's a nice in between, I think. I don't like the ones that take over your entire desk. I think those are very large and scary and just too much to deal with, too much of a hassle. Mine's 20-inch. It's so big. Are you able to do art with just one brush, or do you need a bajillion different ones? I use a few. I use a few that can kind of do their own things. Mostly traditional artists don't really get the whole brush thing in digital art. So, with some, with some brushes, basically, you can manipulate them to do multiple things. Like, for example, this can be a line art brush and it can be a painting brush. So I can either make it really large and it will cover a huge area, or I can make it really thin and it'll do like some good line art work. And then other times you want a brush that are just stamps, so that you don't have to work as much with like painting leaves, painting grass, painting flowers. Cintiq was Christmas gift from Stargazers? Not the Cintiq, actually. That was the, that was something different. That was the Samsung thing. The Cintiq is something that I used for work, and thought that I'd be investing in it long-term for something else that ended up changing direction. But that's okay. The irony of doing the 3D piece is that, or like painting this 3D piece, I guess, is I used to think I was going into 3D, and things ended up changing course. So I did not end up doing 3D, but I did end up being told to pay for the technology that could power 3D. And now I have a lot of people wondering why I have, like, really, really crazy specs. But it's because I thought I was going to be doing a full-time job with 3D work. And that ended up not happening, so... You can never be so certain of what things happen. Just use this for the shadow, I guess. Did you used to use Blender? I did use Blender for a little bit. I used a little bit of Blender. I used a little bit of Substance Painter. Substance Painter was the main one that we were thrown into. And I used a little bit of Keyshot. I did not enjoy using Keyshot. I did a lot of texture painting for figurines. So that's where all the 3D stuff came in, basically. You should have went 3D so you could be the Blender coach. I don't know. I don't know Blender very well. I can't sculpt in Blender. I can only do a little bit of texture painting. And most of what we did was in Surface, in Substance Painter. I feel like I've probably forgotten a lot of it, though, to be honest. Because it was mainly a slapdash fast replacement for traditionally painting figurines, and they couldn't really teach us. So we were kind of left to do a lot of it on our own, and I've probably forgotten a lot of it by now. But this was during 2020, so, you know, people were kind of making do in a lot of different ways. And I did not end up fully learning 3D stuff. Just enough to get the job done. But then I didn't end up continuing the job. I still miss doing 3D stuff, though. I still like working in 3D, traditionally. Haven't done it in a long time, though. I did a semester where I did 3D modeling, it was witchcraft. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't understand the majority of it, to be honest. Like, yes, I did a little bit of it, but I barely scratched the surface. MS Paint Warrior, but mostly do pixel art, so nothing matters. Heck yeah! Bessa, I need to do an MS Paint stream at some point. I think I still owe that. Like, you know, eventually. I'm gonna end up like Ludwig and having like all these promised content and stream ideas. And then get through it like year by year. Have I ever worked with 40 models? Haven't really figured out how to balance the space-time continuum that well. It feels like every 3D lesson ever. Uni was basically just go do things. I do not get how people can actually sculpt. I don't understand sculpting, in digital, but with traditional, it feels very natural for me. I've been doing it for many, many years, so it like, traditional sculpting feels like second nature. Digital sculpting feels like I'm being forced to sculpt with gloves on, or oven mitts or something. You know, it's like, I can't stand digital sculpting. I love traditional sculpting though. Like polymer clay, things that you throw in your oven. I love doing things like that. Unfortunately, no one really needs that. Yeah, traditional's understandable. Digital, I have no idea, to be honest. I just realized I put this in the wrong area. This needs to be moved over. This needs to be separated out. This needs to be moved over here. Eventually I'll read that story. Probably got a long ways to go for it, but eventually. It is deep spoiler, sadly. Okay. I mean, on the one hand, that's really good to know in advance. But I'll get there eventually. I mean, the fact that it's deep spoiler is probably, like, why people like it so much, I would imagine. I will experience someday. Is it starting to lean? I think it's starting to lean. What's the hardest part about painting musical instruments? I'm not gonna be able to get it one-to-one, I think. It's a little too difficult here. Lore drops in the event were best described as redacted. Fair. I appreciate you guys being considerate about my, my incessance on not wanting to get spoiled. I really do appreciate it. Not that it's always easy, but it does mean a lot. I will say that much. I prefer it when people follow the rules so I don't have to stop what I'm working on to yeet them too. Yeah. Some people just, really, really like pushing things, I suppose. But yeah, I think for the most part, everybody's been, like, both very respectful and very helpful with it. So, it's very appreciated. 99% of AK watchers respect no spoilers and encourage it. I keep running into the 0.1%. I keep running into the 0.1%, unfortunately. But I think people have been pretty good. There are some things where I understand that people, can't stop, like, certain characters becoming meta. So I just pretend I don't see that one. The issue is the 0.1% will go out of their way to spoil. Oof. The three strike star chan versus the shoot first, ask questions later, best or nover. True. Like, I try to be very understanding, and, Vesa is about as... Okay, like... from my understanding of the story so far, I made this comparison earlier. I was like, Vesa is like the Beagle to my Amiya. You know, just like, not trying to cause trouble, not wanting to make a fuss, and then Vesa is just like, nope, not gonna deal with this. And smiling the entire time while doing it, too. Vesa with a steel chair. The thought process is everyone needs to hear about the insanely good story. I guess I can understand the sentiment, but it's annoying. But I started doing a thing that I think has really helped. Where when I'm doing gameplay stuff, I have, like, the course stage on the screen. I believe it was ConConArt, or maybe somebody else, I can't remember exactly who, but we were suggested, it was a suggestion in the Discord, like, hey, maybe if you can find a way to tell people what stage you're on or something. And I think that's been very helpful, so people sort of know where you are in the story, so they know to not just come in with, you know, guns blazing. I don't know how a cello works. I'm trying to just go by visual color changes. It's not easy for me to follow. Alright, I'm just gonna have to approximate it as best I can, I think. There are parts where I'm probably going to get rid of that 3D look, but I can't fully follow this. So. Yeah, WisconCon? It was definitely a good idea. Wait, what? It's simple, you interact with strings, they make music, I think. Yeah, but I don't know how to interact with the strings with a brush. They don't really seem to get along very well. I'm trying to make them get along, but they don't really want to cooperate together, I feel. Maybe if I make that a little bit lighter. Actually, wait, it's like, it's the color of her shirt, kind of, isn't it? Seems to be a lot lighter. A lot. Oh, actually, that part's hitting the light entirely. Oh, I don't have the right color for this at all, actually. Hang on, this needs to be like that light, almost white slate. With a little bit more color. Can I just... Actually, can I just, like, block it off and paint it? Can I do that? Maybe that'll work. There we go, that's a little bit better. Is it very accurate? No, but that's okay. For that, you just use the tool that makes lines, not brush. They need to be perfectly straight anyway. I'm doing my best. Alright. Maybe add like that much color here. Would you consider doing some kind of campaigning event for viewers? Put together images hyping up the characters in your selector ticket? Wait, what? Some kind of campaigning event for viewers. Put together images hyping up the characters in your selector ticket. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Some kind of campaigning event? To put together images? I apologize, I don't quite... Is there an example of this? Friendly, forceful suggestion? Basically a poll. Oh! A poll? Wait, you make operator propaganda? Are you talking about, like, selector ticket? Are you talking about the 5-star parts? Are you saying you want me to make this into, like, some sort of event where you convince me to go for one character or the other? Is that what you're saying? You want to do something so that you can sort of try to convince me to go for a certain operator with these tickets that I've been hoarding? Is that the general gist of what I'm hearing? this what happens when I hoard for too long? Greetings, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. You say that as if Star understands our arguments in the game chat. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest, a lot of you guys are saying things that don't quite, like, I'm not to a point where I can understand most of it. Especially if you guys are talking about, like, meta or something that happens after, or I think the most common is, oh, this character is really great at E2, or this character is not as good at E2, and I'm just like, E2? I barely hit E1. To be fair, it doesn't really matter in the long run. Arse area. If you have an operator you want, there will be ways to get them. That is good to keep in mind. But is that basically what you're saying? Make, like, some sort of chat event to, like, convince people? I'm sorry, I'm imagining, like, a really bad PowerPoint presentation. There you go, PowerPoint game. PowerPoint game with someone who has no idea what you're talking about. Like, you're explaining it to someone who's 5. There's no benefit to hoarding it unless you want to wait until you get all but one and use it for collection, but otherwise it's a detriment due to trust. Due to trust. Oh, trust with operators. Talking about PowerPoints, do you know a Formula 1 driver actually got into the Mercedes F1 team by doing a PowerPoint? That's incredible. Basically make a poll, people decide voting for an op, you follow the most picked choice to grab whoever's on the ticket. At that point it's gonna boil down to people picking meta, that's true. You know, I feel like I could make something really stupid and fun with the PowerPoint idea. I don't know if anyone would want to bother doing it, but instead of just, like, doing a poll, it could be, like, not a full PowerPoint, but just, like, a one-page thing. One sheet, meme format. Win it over with memes. Yeah, what if that was the thing, right? Like, you couldn't sell it to me with meta, you had to sell it with memes. The meta discussion be described as this operator good, this operator very good. Only if you use them right, this operator's strong with this team. We're just gonna argue for no end. Usually you choose based on the design. I've been looking based on design. Like, that's kind of what I've been seeing at the moment. I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna lean this way because of this design. But now I'm kind of leaning towards the idea of this stupid game. Arknights meme review. I would construct the greatest diagrams of all time. If we are the ones making it, are we allowed to just lie? Sure, why not? You can tell me that, like, one operator is capable of, like, I don't know, blowing up the moon or something. Throw a Gru meme in there while you're at it. I don't know if I'll actually do that. I just think the idea is funny. What if they actually did blow up the moon? I don't know. I feel like the hardest slash most annoying part about it would be that you'd have to be able to do things that didn't immediately connect to main story, and I feel like that's where most of the memes come in, is because of main story stuff. I feel like that would be the hardest part of it. Friendly reminder that an operator whose durability is not rated at the highest level, tanked being thrown what? It's not rated at the highest level, tanked being thrown across the country? What? Goodness. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's mainly main story or, like, direct side story stuff that I'm trying to avoid. It seems to be more of a cyan, I think. Trying to keep it sharp if I can. This is so hard to do because the hands are blurry as they are. I think I'm getting it though. Why is this nighttime scene easier for me to paint right now than my current commission that's just in broad daylight? A lot of the memes are just about who the character is, then their relation in the story. Alright. That is good to know. Alright, here. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to do much more than this, I feel. And then, of course, where the fingers are. And then... I don't know where to put these lines. We're gonna see how this goes. It's probably gonna be really dark. How dark does this need to be? Alright, a little bit lighter. I honestly can't tell if there's multiple strings or not. Or if it's just the one. I feel like it's two that are like together, but it's really hard for me to tell. Maybe I'll just make an illusion so that you can't really tell which is which. And then just sort of erase it at the bottom and pretend I know what I'm doing. And then we'll have... Ah, it's a little too... Alright, maybe make that a little lighter. There we go. There we go. A little bit of a shadow there to the string. And make a little bit more so that when we blur it, it won't disappear entirely. Yeah, I feel like it's not too bad. This one in front over. Make this part just a little bit darker, I think. All right. I think that whole side is basically done, for the most part. Yeah, true, the loophole thing was frustrating. Fake spoilers is the loophole. It's like, the people who want to do the fake spoilers thing, I understand people saying like, oh, this will prevent you from knowing like what the real spoilers are. The issue with that is a lot of people then see it as an opening to post more spoilers. But I understand the sentiment that people try to do. I got a little bit to go here with this thing. See how fast I can do this, actually. I wonder if I can quickly... It's very rough and organic. I wonder how much I can fake this quickly. If I just did, like, a bunch of different colors here? Probably do this... Probably make this fairly believable. Might need a little bit of extra lighting, but for the most part. Trying to make it somewhat convincing. It's the backseating community, I bet. I don't know. I don't know, like, who's doing it. There's a slight difference between fake spoiler, i.e. obviously not a spoiler, versus false spoiler, something that can be mistaken for a spoiler for those who don't know. Yeah, that's true. Like, if you say something like, I don't know, Amiya and Cruz go to McDonald's, then that's like a clear fake one, right? And it doesn't really impact anything, and it doesn't really mean anything or do anything. But I don't know, if you say, like, someone defeats somebody else, then I don't know, maybe. I have no way of knowing. You know what, throw in, like, copyright real-world location, and then you're usually fine. Although, I think, in general, yeah, posting the fake spoilers to detract people just sort of makes people want to push through, I guess, unfortunately. Even if it is super obvious. Yeah, exactly. You throw Nami in there, then like that's a pretty clear one, right? Like if I say did you know and then the next word is Nami, then I know I'm probably safe. But if you say something that says, like, you know, did you know Pinecone, then I won't, then I'm not sure. Then I might hesitate. I'm just gonna make this a little brighter, so I don't have to worry about it too much later. You know, the Doctor's actually Darth Vader, the father of Luke Skywalker. And the beginning of stream comes back around. You know, Pinecone has a lot of Pinecones have a lot of seeds. There you go. Fake spoilers are a slippery slope, yeah. Wait, what did I miss? Vesa is actually canon in Arknights. You know, Beagle's merciless and will kill again. This is not real. I don't know, it depends. My playthrough seems to indicate otherwise. Alright, I feel like that wasn't bad. We just mainly had to focus on, like, the basic shapes for this. And we didn't have to go so crazy on, detailing and everything. Have you glanced at any of the side stories? Any have caught your eye? I've not really glanced at any of the side stories, but I was mainly just told to go in order. In order of release if I ever do explore any of them. I'm not sure if I'm at the point where I can do any side stories. And if I am, I'm not sure if I should be streaming it or not. I really can't tell where I'm at with things. Are you unlocking them weekly? I unlocked last week's. I need to do this week's. I think I missed the first 2 weeks. So I'll have to make sure that I remember to do that. I need to, like, put it on a calendar or something to remind myself to do that. So thank you for the extra reminder. I appreciate that. I probably needed it. Like, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I genuinely probably needed that. Hello, hello, cookies. Welcome in, welcome in. What are you studying today? We're painting... Wait, now my brain wants to say Virtuosa, because now I've read it more. Oh my gosh, now I don't remember her operator name. Now I see why you guys say that. Prize posture check? Thank you, Luca. I appreciate it. Wait, Virtuosa is the operator name? Now I'm confused. Okay. Okay, Archer. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna remember that. I mean, what are you focusing on in this? Well, since this is a 3D piece and we're doing 2D, I started it off by painting with color blocking with selections. You can kind of see it here. So we blocked off with selections so that it was easier for us to just get the color down. And now I'm at the part where I can just start rendering things out easier. And I realized that this is actually much, much, larger. Takes up a lot more space. Hang on. No, I can't do it that way. So, what am I focusing on? Mainly the fact that I'm going from 3D to 2D. Which has been an interesting direction, test, thing. I think it helps, though. In terms of blocking out your color early. It's been a good experiment. I'm actually kind of thinking that it's probably more helpful than I thought it would be. People become operators choose their own codename. Arteria chose codename to be Virtuosa. I see, I see. Do you think doing a 2D master study of an originally 3D piece is more difficult, less difficult, or no difference? I feel like it's less difficult because 3D tends to have simpler shading, whereas the 2D pieces are all very, very, very painterly and all require more like a fine art fundamentals approach. That makes sense, right? Your operator name would be McBurger. Oh, so you are canon. Somebody made a joke that you were officially in Arknights. See, I told you. Yeah, you're canon, apparently. Not sure if you know that. Don't know if you're getting any royalties or anything, but... Exactly. Exactly. I don't know where your royalties are. McBurger, defender with a grill for a shield. What would your class be, actually? I've still been trying to figure out my class. I feel like you'd have something with a gun, I just don't know what. I feel like Caster is closest that I can tell. There's a class called Geek. Wait, I read about this one. Isn't this the one where you lose your own HP? Why was that made into a thing? I'm sure there's some benefit to it, like it's super powerful for a very limited time or something, but still. No, I don't think I would take that. Negative effect for very powerful buff. That makes sense. I would never take a subclass where my HP gets lowered. I'm too paranoid for that. You lose your own HP because you overthink and stress yourself out, so it fits. No! That's more an issue of losing sanity than anything, anyway. Operator Act deals damage to his own ally with every buff, but his buff grants insanely strong ASPD. I like to be a fast redeploy specialist and stun just for making puns. Did slight extra googling, and yeah, Rhodes Island's a real island in Greece, used to be main HQ of Knights Hospitalier, who were a military religious order with primary goal for caring for the sick. I did see that. I think that's really cool. Managed to catch the live. Hello, Raptor. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, I think we were able to do this, like, this part, the jabot. I feel like we were able to do this fairly decently, without too much trouble. I feel like there's one more fold that I haven't gotten in then. Oh, okay, there we go. This one. Need to get this piece in, that piece in, that piece in, make it as dark as I can. Here. Alright, there we go. To be specific, 7,500 damage across 15 hits. Jeez. Spray works insanely well with snipers who have slower attack speed than stun duration. Spray attacks a small stun to allies with every buff. They gain double damage. For slower attack speed than stun duration. Oh, dang. Okay, I see what you're saying. Alright. And then this open part of the jacket. It's so hard to paint this hair because I'm working with a glare on top of everything. Like, it's actually very hard for me to see what I'm doing right now. Fun facts. Alright. I didn't get the folds perfect, but that's alright. And then this part shouldn't be too bad. And then I can get the face in. This has a little bit of detail, but honestly not too much. It's mainly just a lot of shadow. This part's actually not too bad at all. And then I'm using the airbrush, but I keep changing the size of the airbrush so that I can sort of use it like a pen, and then I can use it across the whole thing. And it allows me to do things like these stitches and these seams without much fuss. Oh, I have a current question for you guys, but please let me know if this is something that I am asking that is a spoiler, or leans into spoiler territory. I'll start off with saying this. The enemies that I've encountered, not the bosses, but the basic enemies, do you learn anything more about them world-building story-wise, or no? The reason I'm asking is because I noticed that some of the enemies, like the junkmen and everything, they don't have ears or tails. And I was wondering if they represent, like, a specific species, or if it's just, like, for some reason they don't have ears and tails. And if that's, like, spoiler territory, then just let me know. But I was just curious about that. Old enemy design is just like that? Okay. The newer ones do with the tails and ears? Okay. Alright, I don't want to get into any spoiler. Just due to old design. Okay. I was just curious about that. Because I was like, is this an intentional thing, or is this just like a design decision? Or like you said, old design. Alright, that's good to know. I don't know, that was just kind of, like, I couldn't stop thinking about that. I was like, is there a reason for this? I know that some species are not as obvious, so I didn't know if I was just, like, if it was just, like, because it's that particular type, or, like you guys said, it's just because it's older. That's totally fine, I was just curious. Junkmen specifically do have a reason. Their disguise says so in enemy archive. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I was just... I was trying to clear a few levels, and I was just on auto-deploy, so I was just sort of staring at the screen a little bit. And I was like, wait a minute. It just kind of caught my attention after a bit. Shout out Kevin. That sounds spoilery. Although I feel like I did see people screaming about it at one point, one stage. Kevin's a meme, not a spoiler? Okay. Well, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely can't know that. Most of them seem to disguise themselves to conceal their identities. That makes sense. I noticed that most of them are wearing masks of some sort. Alright, it's probably easier if I can grab this. There we go. It needs to be a little bit saturated, I think. What color do I need here? Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, I'm slowly learning how to use, I'm slowly learning how to take advantage of airbrush stuff. Kevin's any jetpack enemy who spawns on a hole. Oh, okay. Is it harder drawing from a 3D point of view than a game, 2D art in game? No, I'd actually say 3D is easier because the shadows are not as complex. Because they're going for like 3D CG, which is usually not hand-painted much. So comparing this to like the full hand-painted, full textured CGs, I would say it's a little bit easier actually. Especially because a lot of them just require an airbrush. Just a little bit of airbrush work here. I'm trying to work on learning how to keep things sharp. So it is a good example, it is a good sample test on how to keep things sharp. What about Potato Vessa? You're just saying that to be random? In early years, the devs sometimes throw a basic reunion guy on top of map hazards. He dies to remind the players about map mechanics. Oh my gosh. Goodness. They're just like jump scaring you with unexpected potato now? When did this start? Why is it? You sometimes have the most, like, early internet LOL so random humor. Can we push that into a better direction? I'm so random. Penguin waffles lulz rar means I love you and dinosaur. You're killing me here. Take this one little stitching on the jacket. It stands out like such a sore thumb. I don't like that. Is there a way that I can sort of like erase it off so it doesn't... That's the other thing with the 3D is that sometimes the lines aren't super, they don't show up very clearly, so sometimes they're easier to sort of allude to and not worry about directly. I just realized there's a big stripe here that I missed. And then this whole part is the same thing that I just did, but with more style. This is a really good theme, too. I think this is the one where people were making comments about rice farming, but it's good. Alright, I can't quite tell what this is, but... Music from an event that takes place in rice fields? Gotcha. It's really good, though. My god, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm very, very new. Welcome in. I'm at the point where I'm, like, just about ready to paint the face in here. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Alright, this ended up being- I ended up making that way too, saturated. I have to really desaturate that. And actually really darken it. There we go. Time for spoilers. No, 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 no spoilers here, please. No spoilers. I would appreciate no spoilers. Finally caught you live. Been having fun watching your playthrough. Also stream drawing my favorite upstanding citizen. Kneecapped, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the playthrough. It makes me happy to hear. Lamia got mad, decided not to play Arknights, not save Terra, go and play Genshin. Goodness. This is so desaturated. This is more desaturated than I have it now. It's like practically gray over here. It's basically fully gray, actually. It's really interesting how these colors affect each other based on where they are. I love how Stream Elements hits right after. Thanks, Stream Elements. I appreciate you. Sorry about spoilers, had to be done, bro. Oh, goodness. Genshin has invaded. I know nothing about Genshin. All I know about Genshin is I have an art book for Genshin, and I don't know who any of the characters are. I just wanted to learn the art style at one point. And then I discovered Arknights, and I realized that the art style matches more with my personal aesthetics of everything being painterly. The irony being that right now, we're doing a piece that is, not painterly at all. Instead, just 3D. But thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the artwork. Good to know, though, that if I needed to do fan art of Genshin, now I know how to, like, stylize CG into painting. Arknights has one of the best 3D animation when it comes to PV. It genuinely seems like it. Granted, I haven't seen a lot of other gacha teaser, trailer, animation stuff, so I can't really compare. But from what I have seen, it's very, very well done. Very well done. I was talking earlier about how I can't be a good React content person because I just absorb what I'm looking at and, like, can't say anything. Like the rainbow interiors? Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm a prismatic kitsune. It's kind of my main theme. It should stop you from claiming AK is the best. No example, just trust me. I mean, I haven't seen much that could compete personally. I think Arcane's up there, but that's also a full-blown TV show, so I don't really think that can count. Your Nova Lights? Oh, the Aurora? Is that what you're talking about? On my capelet? Arcane is League, this automatically TQ. Yeah, my capelet has moving Aurora. Some people, like doing the whole watch fully, then comment after style. I haven't figured out how to do that, but that seems to be a better one for me. Because I can't do the whole, like, live commentating thing. Because all I'll do is, if I was to do that, I would just react like Sniper Wolf, and I don't think we want that. Alright, I think this is... probably as close as I'm gonna get that emblem. I return, what did I miss? Why are we talking about Arcane? Because we were talking about, like, best 3D CG, and people are saying that Arknights has the best for, promo video. And compared to other gacha, I said, well, I don't know, I haven't seen the other gacha, and they're like, no, it's the best, just, you know, take it at face value, and then I said, well, the only other one that I've seen is Arcane, but I don't think that counts because that's a full TV. That's a full TV show. So I don't think I can just, I don't think I can compare Arcane to Arknights PV. But that's the experience that I've had. I haven't seen, like, Genshin or Honkai's or Wuwas or anything. I saw a little bit of Wuwas watching a friend play it on Twitch, and I got incredibly confused. Nothing was explained. Everything had weird terminology. I could not follow. If we talk about Gacha promo, FGO is actually a contender. The anniversary animation a few years ago was gorgeous. I haven't seen that. But FGO has, like, some of the best animation with its anime, doesn't it? That I still haven't seen. It's fun. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much for following. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day so far. AK had an anniversary animation by the same director, and it's so good. Spoilers, sadly. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Yeah, I still have to stay away from most of the good stuff, unfortunately. Alright. Now I'm probably at the point where I can just throw this belt in here, or ribbon, or sash. Probably a sash. ZZZ over-animated stretchiness doesn't appeal. I get that. I saw someone talking about that the other day, but they were using the Madoka anime as an example, and they were like, oh my gosh, this animation is peak, and then somebody who's actually like a student animator was like, guys, we probably shouldn't keep praising this type of animation because it's really hard to visually follow. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I love Madoka, but yeah, I can agree, this is a bit too much. This is a little visually too much. So yeah, the super bouncy, super flexible, I don't think I'm a fan of that either, to be honest. I think it just gets too visually convoluted if you do it too much. You have to put it, like, you have to be very, very, conservative about how much you put it in there. Overcooked. Yeah, a little bit. You just can't add it all willy-nilly, you know? Enjoy ZZZ animation. It calls back to old school animation that I grew up on. Like rubber hose style? I mean, not full rubber hose style, obviously, but like calmer rubber hose style. Modernized rubber hose. Alright, I'm gonna do this on a separate layer because I'm gonna mess that up. I know I'm gonna mess that up. Wait. Let me clean this part up. And we'll add this part. See if we can do that with an airbrush. I think I might have made that a little too narrow. Might have messed it up a slight bit. Can I fix that, or is that sort of done? It's probably done. It's probably set in stone. Can I move it at all? Not really. Maybe a little bit, but not much. Yeah, it's basically set in stone. That's okay. Just add this part, make it a little bit larger, tilt it a little bit over. There we go. That's not bad. Maybe squash it a little bit. Maybe not that much. Can I just move it? Yeah. Alright, there we go. That's better. That's a little bit better. Am I safe to... Yeah, alright. We're safe to connect that. I'm gonna push that lighting a little bit more over here, because I just realized it's a little weak. Grab this darker color. Somehow I ended up making mine a little bit more saturated than the original. I think I just end up using more color. I don't work much with near grayscale. My whole thing is being color. Alright. That's not bad. And then I'm pretty much at the point where I can work on the face, I think. And if I get that wrong, then it's all over, because that's the most important part of any character design, ever. You realize the part you're drawing is like a music sheet annotation? Yeah! It's a really cool design feature, isn't it? It's like different subtle parts of her design having, like, music, motifs. Alright, this is the part where I get in a lot of trouble now. Let's see. Well, I first have to copy this over as a shadow. I'll probably do it like this and then erase. Good luck with the eyes. I'm nervous if I don't get it right. Like, for those of you who saw when I was doing the Kristen Wright piece, the eyes were just so difficult to get correct. These ones I'm not as afraid of. The Kristen Wright ones were bad because, even though I don't know the story, please don't tell me the story, I could tell that there was way too much meaning in those eyes. Like, specifically in the way that they were drawn. And I'm just like, I have to get this perfect. I have to get this, like, pixel perfect. And I don't think I fully succeeded, but I think I got closer than where I ended. I mean, that was like Mona Lisa level, you know? That was like Mona Lisa level of subtlety. Alright, there we go. Looking good so far, gotta dip to sleep. Alright, Exceed, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for joining. Alright, that part's not too bad. That's fine. I can see a tiny, tiny bit of her eyebrow from behind here. It's like a single lines. And then let's do the mouth first, because the mouth is also very subtle. Be very careful with how I do this. It's really light, isn't it? Okay. And then it sort of fades at the bottom a little bit. Actually fades more. Okay. It's pretty close. Alright, and now that I've painted the mouth, I can see where the face is not correct. Sometimes things only appear once you've done other elements. This cheek needs to be much lower. That's better. I also noticed there's a bit of a bloom. Where the light is hitting. It's subtle, but it's there. And then I can go back here. Make the mouth just a little bit larger. A little bit pointier. A little bit reduced. About there, maybe. Position of the nose. The light of the nose could be a little bit lower. And then the eyes. Maybe the hair goes down a little further. Can only recommend the 2023 FGO anniversary animation. Beautiful in animation, music, and story. At least to me as an avid history nerd. I don't know anything about FGO though. I mean, I know it's based with characters with history, but that I don't know anything beyond it. Oh, this is contingency contract? I don't know, I just have a bunch of instrumentals. You guys know these better than I do. Kill me with these eyes, huh? Zoom in a little bit on my main reference so that I can see what I'm doing. At least a little bit. These really, really thin eyelashes here. If I see that it's a little off, I'm just painting right over it. Alright, how are we doing so far on this piece? Hopefully that's decent. It's on another layer, so we have a little bit more flexibility. And I'm going to have to make sure that I make these eyes really narrow, because I've noticed that someone pointed out to me I have a tendency to sometimes make the eyes wider than they should be for the character. So let me make sure that I can make these as narrow as they're supposed to be. About there. Maybe a little higher. These really are very narrow. I'm definitely pushing myself on this one. Less about FGO's story, more about the characters' legends, showing them at their death, how the legends kind of grow forgotten, and how we summon them to aid us. Oh wait, that actually sounds really lovely. I might have to check that out. You said it's 2023? I might have to check that out, actually. That actually sounds really nice. All right. I'll give that a look at some point. I really like things like that where a company develops like some sort of game or something, and then they create some sort of media that shows where the player base is sort of very impactful on the whole of the franchise. I really like things like that, so. It makes everything feel very interconnected. Alright, I have to zoom in a little bit here. I'm gonna drive myself crazy if I don't. It's hard because it's like a 3D line, you know? There we go. FGO animation he's talking about also acts as an intro piece. No spoiler, just a neat taste. That's really cool. And that, oh, that means that I can show a member of the Discord who just started getting into FGO too. Maybe reduce the opacity a little so it's not as apparent, but still large enough. There we go. And then push that over to the little side a little. How far do you plan ahead when drawing something like this? Do you have a structure in your head, or do you just go with the flow? So, Yami Guy, I actually started this piece on stream. My goal when I do these is to try to do it, like, on stream start to finish. So I actually started with basically blocking in the main shape, and then, sort of blocking in the colors of the shadows and everything, and then sort of going in, I just realized this needs to be, like, a tad darker, and going in and sort of evolving the shapes as I move through the piece. If you want to check out the VOD at some point, you can actually see, like, where it starts. And I'm basically, like, forming the silhouette, and then figuring out where the rest of it sort of fine-tunes over time, you know? As someone who loves Fate for the history as well and plays FGO, I feel sorry for anyone getting to the game. I have a friend in the Discord, and one of their friends got them hooked on it, and they said that their feelings have been hurt many a time. But, like, probably in a good way. Alright, I'm still making, wait, did I? Wrong layer, wrong layer, wrong layer, wrong layer! Wrong layer. Oh dear. Where is my layers? There we go. Can't use the wrong layer. Okay, thank you. Just joined like a half hour ago. I was curious. Yeah, if you're curious about how I did any of the pieces, all the master studies are full start to finish. So, like commission, sometimes I'll do a little bit on stream, a little bit off. But if you look at any of the master study pieces, it is all, it can show you the entire process. But welcome in. Boost, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, if you ever have any questions about, like, process or thinking through this, then I'm always happy to answer. Because obviously these pieces aren't my own, but by doing the master study, I can get a better sense of what the artist's intent was when they were doing the piece, officially. And then try to learn from that, you know? I'm getting a tiny bit of the 3D line with this, I think. Alright. I'm almost at the point where I've developed the main frame. Still a lot that I have to push and pull. Yeah, somebody pointed out that I usually end up making the eyes too wide, and I didn't notice I do that. So I have to work on that a little. Alright. It's probably okay. How's this? So we're gonna first take that shadow layer and reduce the opacity a little. And paint the whole thing in here. It's actually probably too gold. Let me get a little closer to blue. it's basically the same color, isn't it? And then I have these on separate layers so that I can manipulate it if I need to. Like if I need to work the eye differently than the eyelash, then I have the freedom to do that. I get on the right layer anyway. Why are you giving me trouble? There we go. Alright, and then... Stop being difficult. My tools do not want to behave right now. Why is this? Why? Alright. And then grab this part, and then grab the pure white. Or, how pure is this, actually? It's like a tiny bit off, but it's pretty dang. Because it's nighttime, right? So... I'll make it as white as I can go. And then just work in layer. Hang on. This should be locked. Why is this not locked? Why is... Hang on. What did I do? I'm painting on the wrong layer is the problem. Stat boost, I appreciate it. Thank you. What did I do? What have I done? Alright, this needs to be in front. This needs to be behind. There we go. Make sure I'm actually painting on the correct layer this time. There we go. That's better. And this actually does need to go lower, despite the fact that usually I have to do the opposite. Incredible. These eyelashes need to be way smaller. There we go. Make this much darker. And then make this part of the eyelash lower. And then grab this part and make it actually match the shape of an eye. This would be a lot easier if I wasn't getting confused by layers. Layer management can be an evil thing. Okay, there we go. Try that again. I swear. Alright, and then we'll make this a little bit brighter. I don't like how much ended up getting lost from moving things around so much, unfortunately. Trying to see if I can regain it a little bit. And then we'll have a layer on top of that. You have the values on your card when applying color, or you just go directly on the color, checking how it is interacting with the piece. You have the values in your head, applying color, or just directly on the color. Hang on a sec. When I'm doing a piece like this, when I'm doing a master study, I'm trying to check it against the original and see how close I can get without color picking. So when I'm trying to understand the values and tones and everything, I'm doing my best to sort of analyze and then pick from the pool without trying to directly color pick from the setup. I don't know if that made sense. Dr. Joseph, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit distracted right now with the eyes. I'm trying to get it right because it's like the most important part to get right. I hope you're doing well. Alright, I think I got a base down. And I went too far on the higher eyes. So difficult. Now you guys can see what I was talking about, right? That I end up making them not as narrow as they need to be. Let me grab all the eye layer pieces and just sort of try to move them around a little. All these are always so subtle. Made sense? Thanks for explaining? Yeah, absolutely. You guys can always ask me art questions too. It might not get to them immediately if I'm getting like too into the zone, but I'm always happy to answer art questions. But yeah, I'm basically just avoiding color picking directly, and I'll just look at this color and then try to figure out where it could be on the color wheel. And a lot of times I have to keep adjusting and thinking and just trying new things until I can get it right. She does have a very inquisitive expression for sure. And the mouth on mine needs to be much higher. Either that or the nose needs to move, or maybe the chin got too big? Maybe the chin got too big. No, you know what it is? This whole- oh, this is gonna be hard to do, but I think it's what it needs to do. This whole face, I'm not hitting the right tone. This whole thing needs to be shifted a little downward. Yep, 100%. 1,000%. 1,000% different. Good lord. Look how different that is. It's embarrassing how off it was before, actually. Sometimes you have to do things like that. Goodness, that looks way closer. That's not even the same- it's not even the same face. There we go. I'll still make this a little bit smaller just for argument's sake. Make this line up a little bit better. And I'll actually put that to multiply so that I can make it Well, maybe not multiply, but need to make it a lot darker. Maybe what I'll do is I'll duplicate it, and then set 1 to multiply, and then reduce the opacity a little, erase this. And it's a little sharper that way. And then I can go in here, start painting in the eyes. The eyes looking like young Terra in your side. It's tricky, huh? Hopefully not as much anymore. The eyes are just so subtle. Alright, that's a little bit better. A little bit more even that way. Probably also because I haven't painted it in. Let's give some life to the eyes, literally. So the best way to do that, probably grab this color, softly airbrush it in. Do the same a little bit higher, a little bit lighter. Bring forth light. Makes all the difference in the world, right? Make that a little sharper on the edges. A little sharper pupil here. Grab this gold color. There we go. Now we're actually getting somewhere. It's been 5 hours, don't overstrain yourself? I'm so close, though! I'm, like, right here! Bessa, look, I'm, like, right here at the end. Has it already really been 5 hours? That's, alright. I can't stop easily, with master studies. I'm sorry. That's wild. Alright. And just get pure white here. Dragon Shell, hello, hello. Thank you very much for following. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good day so far. Thank you for dropping in. Alright. It's about... make it a little bit outward here and slightly... it in. This is my favorite master study from you so far. It looks so close to the original. The lines are way sharper. In fact, in some spots even sharper than the render. Really big improvement. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. I think the one thing that I'm not quite getting right yet here, I was like just about to stop, but I think if I just do one quick little, a little closer to staring directly, and make it, I have to be careful when I do this because it does get blurry if I do it too much, but just a tiny bit of liquefying, just to make the eyes a hair bigger. And then I think this is just real quick. Have a tiny bit of overlay on the face here. Just because it's not actually as dark as I thought it was. There we go. And I'd like to just get that collar a little bit better. Or the, not the collar, the chin. Alright. And then, oh, not what I wanted to do here. Last thing that I'll do, trying to, I have a version of the reference, just a tiny bit larger so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, a few last things I'm going to do here is I'm going to put all this in one layer so I can manipulate it, duplicate it, copy it. I'm going to merge that, and then I'm going to push the contrast a hair, not much, because I think I tried to get the contrast more or less where I wanted it. Just very, very subtly, just so it's pushing the darker pieces that I couldn't actually see. And then I'm gonna duplicate this again. Actually, yeah, I want to do it this way. I'm gonna duplicate the other one. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to add a tiny bit of a filter. I know you said that I had it sharper, but it's actually not supposed to be. So if I just do a little bit here, and this will actually make it look better. And then just erase here. Because that's supposed to be behind and in movement, right? And then just a little bit here. To get us the same effect, and then keep the face in focus and sharp. Alright. And then maybe I could do a tiny bit. No, can't really even see that. Alright. I think that's as close as we're gonna get it. I think we've hit pretty much every element here. Scary how good the fabric looks? Thank you. It's, yeah. People were asking before, like, is it easier to work with the CG or is it easier to work with the 3D? And it's like, honestly, probably the 3D. It takes the same amount of time, but in terms of struggle, I think the 3D has been a little bit easier on me. But this was definitely a really, really fun experiment. I learned a lot from these, honestly. Mainly with the color choice, I think. But it's crazy. You can make a drawing look like a 3D model if you follow the ways that the 3D model, like, if you try to, like, replicate the render engine, it can work. But yeah, it has been a long time. I didn't realize that, so I think I will call it there. If you've not yet joined our Discord, I have an art-focused Discord with a huge Arknights community right now. Well, huge relatively to where I was. But definitely consider joining our Discord if you haven't yet. But in Lagia, thank you very much for following. Thank you. And thank you, MG, for pointing out the Discord. I'll do it right here on the YouTube side, just in or Twitch side, just in case. But definitely consider joining. Game Chat does have an Arknights place, but we also are primarily an art server. So if you do art, appreciate art, want to discuss art, feel free to join. If you are not an artist, that is completely okay. We have plenty people who are not artists who are in there. And I think a lot of people can get great things out of it, even just, like, discussing cool artwork and stuff. And thank you, Ekogen, I appreciate it. I'll say something that might bother you. I think the eyes are narrower than the OG piece instead of wider. I can't win. I can't win. Maybe by a few pixels, right? But yeah, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Follow on Twitch if you haven't, or subscribe on YouTube if you have not yet. Our next stream is going to be Thursday, right after maintenance. So, honestly, it's kind of dicey whether or not it is going to work. It hopefully will work. We should be okay. But yeah, Thursday we are going to start Chapter 4. I'm scared. But anyway, thank you very, very much, Stargazers. I really, really appreciate it. Wherever you may be in the world or the worlds beyond, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night. Thank you again, and all the best.